I'm Dave Baker.
And I'm Andrew Price.
Welcome to Deep Cuts, a podcast where we pick an obscure topic and walk you through the ins, the outs, and the nitty-gritty, so you can appear like an interesting and idiosyncratic person at your next forced social function. Today's topic is...
Andrew W.K. and the mystery surrounding his identity.
Who is Andrew W.K? Well, he's a rock singer, a classically trained pianist, motivational speaker, and advice columnist who, in the early 2000s, seemingly exploded out of nowhere with an infectious album about partying and went on to become a bizarre footnote in music history. The guy who sang about partying and had 7 songs with the word party in the title exclusively talked about partying in interviews and gave motivational lectures centering around, you guessed it, partying. But what people who stopped paying attention after the year 2000 may not have noticed is that he's also one of the most interesting and enigmatic public figures to ever exist. And maybe not actually a real person?
Celebrity is persona, self-examining publicly. It's the act of dissecting what it means to be a person, focused through the hyper-stylized lens of pop culture. It's a performance of being a human being for an audience. It's a way to commodify and monetize the human condition. Celebrity has been dissected, parodied, satirized, and explored many times over the years. From Andy Kaufman's meta-exploration of turning heel from a boyish sitcom comedian to a woman-fighting professional wrestler, to that weird fake boy band in the early 2000s that had Chris Farley's brother in it. But the intersection of persona, commerce, and authenticity has never been examined quite as interestingly as it has been by Andrew W.K. Andrew Federley Wilkes Creer was born May 9th, 1979 in Stanford, California, but grew up in Ann Arbor, Michigan, birthplace of seminal punk band The Stooges and the influential noise group Wolf Eyes. His parents were James Creer, a widely regarded legal scholar, and I never found her first name. There was a placeholder there for her first name, and I wasn't able to find it. But his mom's last name was Wilkes, whatever her first name was. Obviously, his name is a hyphenate of theirs, but if you believe WK's actual official bio on the website of Bulb Records, the label that has released much of Andrew's more avant-garde music, there's a different explanation of the name.
In 1983, on Highway I-94 in Detroit, Michigan, a man named Andrew Stevenson was pulled over for drunk driving. When police stopped him and asked for his driver's license, he said he didn't have it on him, but it was at his house, which he was returning to. The police asked Stevenson to step out of the car, a brand new Plymouth Acclaim, while they ran a check on his license plate. When the car came back stolen, Andrew Stevenson was arrested. However, the events that unfolded in the following 15 minutes would result in one of the weirdest musical personas of the new century. Stevenson had started to rob local gas stations and drugstores, usually for small sums, which he used to pay for an increasing drug problem. It was after he killed a teenage gas station attendant that the real trouble started. He managed to escape. He sent in a letter to the police 3 days later. The letter started off reading as a confession, but then turned into a weird sort of taunt towards the Detroit, Michigan police force. It was then that Andrew Stevenson started using an alias, Andrew White. And it was at this point that he also killed 2 more people, his friends Todd Rivers and Sheila Arnold. This was when the police nicknamed him Andrew the White Killer Stevenson, or simply the White Killer. Andrew's father was fond of this name, and as the chief officer of the police force, he named his son after the killer, once they caught him and executed him in 1987. Andrew W.K., White Killer, women come, wild kid, want kicks. It's all the fucking same. He fucking kills the music to make you dance.
A story that can't possibly be true because it says that the killer was caught in 1987, but WK was born in 1979. Also, the whole story is not real. There's no white killer. There was no Andrew Stevenson. It's not a real thing that happened. This is the beginning of a trend of obvious untruths woven into WK's life story and career that, for whatever reason, the general public just never seemed to pick up on. If you believe his Wikipedia page, the name came from an elementary school teacher who called him that to differentiate him from 2 of his classmates, Andrew Cohen and Andrew Gilchrist, which is Gilchrist, which is an oddly specific detail that you don't know him. You don't fucking know this guy.
He talks about that in an interview.
He does?
Yes. He got asked in it was some metal YouTube channel where he got asked to go through his Wikipedia page and say if things were true or false, and so he listed a bunch of stuff.
The most futile game to play with him.
Yeah, and he said that, or rather, the current Andrew W.K. said that he was given the nom de plume of W.K. by his, I think, English teacher, because she had Andrew Cohen and Andrew Gilchrist in the class with her. But also, as we're going to come to find out, all of this is bullshit, so who knows? Yeah.
And it's just such a fittingly, just oddly specific, seemingly mundane little weird detail to be in his Wikipedia page. I mean, you'd understand if it was just like, oh yeah, she called him WK because there was other Andrews in the class or whatever it was, but to just have the two specific names of the kids that were the other two Andrews is just so strange.
The other thing that's really funny too is like in that same interview, he talks about like he gets asked about what the jobs he had were, and the one that we'll get to it later, but the one where after he moves to New York and he's selling fucking gumball machines, like I was like, there's no way that's real. That's a, persona joke thing or whatever. But apparently, if you believe him, that was the one that was real. Yeah.
Well, either way, WK grew up a lonely, socially awkward kid who struggled connecting with other people but enjoyed music and art. He trained as a classical pianist and listened to a wide variety of music, from death metal to avant-garde jazz to noise. WK says he experienced a lot of anger and depression as a kid, and that anger caused him to lash out and commit crimes that got him into a lot of trouble: shoplifting, vandalism, and writing hot checks. At one point, he started forging and selling valuable baseball cards, and he even got busted for bank fraud once. And he described that in detail in an interview, saying that basically, I forget what it was. Maybe you're more familiar with it because I think maybe you were into baseball cards or something like that. But there's some website where you can go and get like high quality lossless image files of baseball cards. And so he used that site and he printed out baseball cards and then aged them with aging techniques like using tea and all this stuff. And then he sold them.
This guy's fucking great. I love it.
These crimes were sometimes part of elaborate acts of cruelty against his friends. He once wrote a forged check to his friend that claimed to be from legendary underground cartoonist Robert Crumb, interested in buying some of his friend's work just so he could see the look on his friend's face when he took it to the bank and discovered it was fake. These weren't his enemies or people that bullied him. These were just his actual friends that he would just frequently commit random heinous acts of cruelty towards for literally no reason. According to WK, eventually his parents put him into child therapy, but after years of sessions, one day his longtime therapist concluded that he simply had a devilish side and ended their sessions permanently. He just straight up said, "All right, you graduated therapy. Prognosis, you're just kind of a dick sometimes. Bye." He's talked about that in interviews as well, and that's, at least according to him, that's true. And he's used that phrase like 4 different times. It's in some article about him or something like that. He's talked about it in like 2 or 3 interviews, and every time he specifically says that his therapist like literally like officially diagnosed him with a devilish side. Whatever that means, but that's what he says. The most troubling event came when WK was in high school. According to a confessional column in The Guardian in 2010, WK describes the time his high school crush filed a restraining order against him after he wrote her a love song.
I was in high school in the 1990s in a town called Ann Arbor, Michigan. I had a crush on a girl and was deeply and passionately fixated on her. She had a baby face and a 14-tooth smile, large eyes, a crowned forehead, and an oversized brow, and a tender style. She consumed me with both lust and hatred. Lust because I was truly drawn to her beauty and soft skin, and hatred because she so rarely spoke to me, wouldn't look at me much, and never gave me the chance to show her how deep my affections really were. I used to call her house just to listen to her say hello, then I'd hang up terrified and shaking with nervous ecstasy. In our senior year of high school, when I was about 17, we were required to make a final project, which was presented to the head of the school and graded for our final exam. This is when my crush was at its absolute height. I decided to write a song dedicated to her and submit it as my final project for graduation. The song was My Destiny. I've never recorded another song like it, and now, listening to it after all these years, I can see why.
Here are the lyrics to My Destiny.
Called up your number 14 times to see if you were home. Home is where I'll find you, when I find you. Do you feel lonely when you're alone? A sheet to keep you warm? Warm. Electric blanket. An extra blanket. You are my destiny. I'll make you fall in love with me. I'll make myself your fantasy. Weeping like a willow tree, drove past your doorway 15 times. I don't want to cause harm. Harm, that's what you're in for. If you don't open your door. So I'll keep knocking a million times. I'll knock until my knuckles bleed. Bleed. That blood will leave a stain on you forever. You are my destiny, and I'll make you fall in love with me. Me. Holy shit!
It's
like, that's so just not cool, bro. Like, that is so... I would take out a restraining order on this person.
It's deeply disturbing. Anytime that somebody unprompted tells you that they're not going to hurt you, unprompted, nobody was thinking that. Wasn't even in the conversation up to that point. That's when you become scared.
Yep.
That's
I'm scared right now for her, like 30 years later.
Yeah. I had just gotten a job at Borders, the bookstore, years ago, over a decade ago at this point. And I was in the store picking up some books because I was like using my employee. Like I literally just like I had gotten hired there. I had worked one shift and I went to the store to get some books and use my employee discount or something like that. And while I was there, this dude just approaches me and just starts talking to me, like just, like a mentally ill guy who, tend to hang out at bookstores like that, like places
I worked at Borders. I know.
Yeah. And so he's talking to me like, and he won't stop. And like, I when I get locked in those situations, like sometimes I can just get locked into them and I just can never work up the like social equity to like just get out of it. Like I always just like don't want to be rude and I'm just hoping that it'll end in a natural stopping place, but it just keeps going on and on. So this guy's just talking to me for, like who knows how long it was. And he's clearly a mentally ill guy, but ultimately, other than the fact that it was just awkward, I didn't care. Just sitting there letting him kind of rant and I'm just kind of like, yeah. And all this, whatever I was saying back to him. And at one point he was like, yeah, I went through all these things and I had all these issues or whatever, but like right now, like I don't even want to beat the shit out of you. And that was whenever I was like, I need to get the fuck out of here. I hope not. I hope you don't. I didn't think that was even in the realm of possibility until just now. So yeah, this was super creepy.
Yeah, I don't even want to stab you in the face like I normally do.
Yeah. But yeah, according to Andrew W.K, he went to this really liberal arts high school in Ann Arbor called, I think, Century High School. And that's why there was this thing where as a final project, they just had to make something and show it to the principal or whatever. After he played the song at school, him and his parents were quickly called for a student-teacher conference. The song had circulated around the school and eventually was heard by WK's crush. She was deeply disturbed by the song and eventually filed a juvenile restraining order against him that wouldn't lapse until he was 21 years old. This comes into play later in the story. After putzing around the Ann Arbor music scene for a while and dabbling in baseball card forgery and getting restraining orders filed against him, WK finally decided to move to New York City in 1998 to pursue a music career. After a couple years working as a bubblegum machine salesman, an opera ticket salesman, a fashion photographer, a window decorator at the
Bergdorf.
How do you pronounce this?
Bergdorf.
Mr. Smarty Pants.
Bergdorf Goodman department stores.
Bergdorf Goodman department store, and in the offices of the avant-garde fashion company Comme des Garçons, among other short-lived jobs, WK was gaining traction in the New York City music scene. He started getting noticed by actual names in music like Donald Tardy from the death metal band Obituary and Dave Grohl, drummer from Nirvana and lead singer and guitarist of the Foo Fighters. He eventually self-financed a handful of EPs, which were released by the aforementioned Bulb Records.
Bulb Records. I'm a big fan of their avant-garde noise music.
I love Wolfage.
Wolfage. Oh, yes. Far ahead of their time.
Sean Connery is just a huge noise head.
I'm a big fan of the New York band Eunuch. Have you ever heard of Eunuch? They're great.
I love what Throbbing Gristle was doing in the 80s, but I'd have to say that my favorite noise performance artist is Merzbow. I just feel like the Japanese noise movement was a lot stronger. He eventually self-financed a handful of EPs, which were released
Also, wait, just hold on. Before we go further, I just have to say this because I recently discovered this. I always thought that Foo Fighters was just like word salad. I didn't know that it meant anything.
Oh yeah, it's like people who, it's a code name for the Air Force pilots who would spot UFOs and like go after them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had no idea. And it makes so much more sense now that it's not just Foo Fighters.
I mean, it'll always be that for me.
Same.
So he eventually self-financed a handful of EPs, which were released by the aforementioned Bulb Records, including a song called Girl's Own Juice. This song would eventually be re-recorded and appear on his debut album as Girl's Own Love. But just for the sake of kind of understanding the context of where Andrew W.K. was at whenever he started out, let's hear a little bit of Girl's Own Juice. Yeah, I mean, you've heard the official version of that song off of his debut album, so you kind of see the differences, and it's interesting because it obviously kind of establishes the sort of style of the music that's going to be on his first album, but also it's like, I don't think if you heard that version and you'd never heard of Andrew W.K., you'd never heard any of his other music, I don't think that you would then assume that guy would go on to become this weird, like, metalhead party rock guy. Interestingly enough, the lyrics to this song, which get slightly changed in the official version, are also very peculiar. Here are some of the lyrics for that version of Girl's Own Juice.
People, start, killing, whenever she comes,
You can just read them. You don't have to, like, make up a fake. I mean, we just heard the song. Like, you're singing a fake melody for a song that we just heard.
I couldn't help it. I don't know why I started doing that. It was my first gut instinct. It's like 900 degrees in my apartment right now. I'm sweating so hard.
You're getting the brain boils.
Yeah. Oh, God. People, start, killing, whenever she comes. When she comes, she leaves nothing to your world. And when she comes, I keep bringing it back. When she comes, she leaves nothing to your world. And when she comes, I can visit your world. Girl's Own Juice. This is so gross. This is so gross. She gets what she wants, Girl's Own Juice. She gets what she needs, Girl's Own Juice. I get what I need, Girl's Own Juice. I need your love. Ugh, God. So incel. So incel.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, well, we'll talk about that a little later, but like, yeah, that's kind of the thing that I noticed in deep diving for this is, at least in the early stages of Andrew W.K's career, in the early days of him doing these like independent EPs and some of like the noise music that he did, and then definitely several tracks off of his debut album, there's this very strong like incel kind of vibe where it's a lot of like, oh, I was this lonely kid who got rejected a lot, and just the incel rhetoric it's like incel before incels were a thing.
Even his later character, like the, for lack of a better term, macho man Andrew W.K. is a direct reaction to. Never mind. I'll save it for later. But his physical bulk and his character now is a direct reaction to stuff that happened as when he was a kid. I guarantee you.
Mm-hmm. I have some information about that as well that we'll talk about later when we get to that.
I can't believe I sang that fucking song.
So before he's known to the world as Andrew W.K., before his first album is even recorded, the story is already developing a weird aftertaste, some kind of backmasked strangeness hinting at a deeper meaning. His early recordings, especially when you see them perform live, bear little resemblance to the upbeat, pumping, quasi-metal jock anthems we know him for. They're more akin to something from Ween's Pure Guava period, early They Might Be Giants, or the affected zaniness of Logan Whitehurst. Another interesting thing to note that will come into play later, on these early recordings, WK heavily alters and distorts his voice with effects. During his live performances, he doesn't even sing at all. It's very clear that he wasn't initially positioning himself as any kind of singer or performer with his music. And you know, the thing about that is, and we're going to get into this, but the big narrative of Andrew WK's like seemingly out of nowhere skyrocketing to fame and just coming out of nowhere and having this music video and just becoming a celebrity overnight. A lot of it is predicated on this narrative that he was in the New York music scene. He was doing stuff in that scene and getting noticed, and he got noticed by the right people, and he became this like wonderkind or this up and comer. And when you actually see the performances he was doing back then, like this is Andrew WK performing Girls Own Juice in some New York club like a year before his album dropped. So I'm scrubbing through this, but he's just basically noodling around on a synthesizer, and then he goes into the song we just heard, and it's just him on stage. He's got a synthesizer with a drum machine, and he's got all the accompaniment sort of automated, and he's just playing the piano. There's something fishy about the narrative that he was like getting noticed in the New York music scene by like people like Dave Grohl and got taken under their wing and groomed as this like rock star, because like I said before, his music and his performances, it's very much like the progeny of the like 90s lo-fi indie scene, Ween, and the way that they'd perform, where they basically two guys, two guitarists and a singer, and they would perform along with a tape machine that would play basically the drum machines and other instruments that they had pre-recorded on a 4-track, and it gave their music this very specific aesthetic. They Might Be Giants in the early stages were also had a similar aesthetic to them. They're definitely part of the same ilk. And then people like I said, like Logan Whitehurst, who's a similar thing. Just these guys, these 4-track guys. This is what this music feels like. So there's something very fishy about the idea that like somebody walked into a club and saw this guy playing this like nerdy 4-track synthesizer indie music, and that led him to this meteoric rise to becoming this like rock star. And also, when you watch this video, he's not really giving off any kind of like rock star vibes. Like he just seems like this kind of nerdy dude playing his lo-fi 4-track music on a synthesizer. However, after all the buzz around him, the attention from people like Dave Grohl, and on the strength of his early recordings, he was signed to Island Records in 2000, and recording on his debut album commenced. WK's major label studio album, I Get Wet, was released on November 13th, 2001 on Island Records. Continuing the sound established by his previous Bulb Records EPs, I Get Wet is characterized by its metal and punk rock influences and lyrical content revolving around partying. The album was released in the UK first to build hype, but was eventually brought to the States, where it was met with immediate critical and commercial success. What's your journey with Andrew WK? What was your experience with him or his music when it kind of that was happening?
Yeah, I found him through, I don't remember if it was VH1 or MTV, but I found him through the first video. Because I went through a period around this time where I just got like super obsessed with music, but I didn't have regular access to the internet. So I was like really, really fascinated with just like, I would listen to like because it was Arizona. Like, it's not like there was anything really interesting happening. So it was like I was obsessed with the top 40 radio, and then like probably a couple years after this, or a year after this, that's when like Pure Volume and those kind of like early streaming music websites really took off. And I was really obsessed with that whole like MySpace music and Pure Volume and all that stuff. But I found him just because of the main video, you know, the fucking Party Hard video.
Yeah, it's weird. I have like an oddly similar, I mean, just in general, an oddly similar experience whenever I was a kid. I guess my eventual introduction into like getting into like really obscure music and like sort of exploring the depths of the internet and finding weird bands and things like that came later on, getting into like message boards and forums on the internet. But before that, I guess the internet existed, when I was really little, I was obsessed with watching MTV. Like I just watched it like all the time, every day. And there was something about not only just music, but specifically music videos that was like very like therapeutic and like almost like a security blanket for me.
Yeah, I was also really obsessed with like the VH1 countdown shows. And like MTV. I don't know what it was about. Like, I think part of it is because since I got raised really conservative, I was really only exposed to music from older time periods, like the 50s and 60s. So like my favorite band growing up was the Kingston Trio. Like it doesn't really, it doesn't really endear you.
What's the Kingston Trio song? Greenback Dollar.
Oh yeah. And so I'm literally just thinking about this as we're talking, but I think as a kid, the thing I responded to about the ranking system is it was kind of like this is what everybody likes. Like this is Sheryl Crow being at number 3 this week means that people like Sheryl Crow. Do I like Sheryl Crow? I don't know if I like this. I like Creed or whatever the terrible ass music that I was into at the time was,
Yeah, I don't know if I was like really concerned about the ranking thing, but it is weird how similar. I mean, for me it was like my family.
I don't think I thought that. Just to be clear, I don't think I thought that at the time.
Yeah,
I'm looking back at it. I mean, maybe that's why I liked it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, my family was very conservative as well, but much more secular than that. Like there wasn't like some weird like shutting off of like secular music. But I think for me, it was like when I was growing up, I was very much exposed to music from the 50s and 60s. And that was kind of like my favorite music from my grandpa, who that was just the music that he listened to, a lot of rock and country from the 50s and 60s. And then like my mom listened to like 80s hair metal, which I didn't like. So in that way, like whenever I got into MTV, it was like a newer, more contemporary music that wasn't the like 80s hair metal that my mom was super into. But yeah, I was like glued to MTV. I was like watching it every day, and I watched the countdown shows and all that stuff. And I remember like, and I'll just say it right now, like I was a genuine Andrew W.K. fan. Like I had his first 2 albums. I had I Get Wet and The Wolf. I fell off after that, and this is all just kind of like all this stuff like rushing back. But I was like genuinely a fan whenever I was a kid, specifically from this video. And I remember there are like vivid singular memories of a couple times in my childhood where I was watching MTV and I was like affected at almost like a religious level by a music video that just like came out of nowhere and blew my mind. And it was always just like sitting there watching, run of the mill, same thing I was always doing. And then just some song came on that, number one, I'd never heard before. Number 2, seemed like it had just come out. It was like that zeitgeist, like on the cusp feeling of like, this is a new song. And it was also just like singularly mind blowing in some way. And I have like very specific, vivid memories of those moments. And like one of them was like Chop Suey by System of a Down. I remember whenever I first heard that, I was like, this is the greatest song I've ever heard in my life. I was like, what is this? Like, I genuinely like blew my mind. And like another one was the video for One More Time by Daft Punk from Discovery, where I was just, it was the same thing where I was like, what is this? Like, I'd never heard like a auto-tuned voice before. And I just, that the music video, that's that anime, that the segment from the longer anime that they did, where it's just the alien band playing, and like my mind was blown by that. And this was another one. Whenever I first saw the music video for Party Hard, I was just like, what is this? Like, it was like insane to me. I immediately became like intoxicated by it. And I think it's just like the energy, just the crisp, vibrant production, the very simple but very infectious guitar riffs. And yeah, I was transfixed from the moment that I heard it. So I was a fan, and I got the albums, and I listened to them a lot. The first single, and easily WK's most well-known song, Party Hard, had a music video that exploded over the airwaves on MTV and catapulted WK into briefly becoming a household name. Yeah, I mean, it was just crazy. It was like the visual of him with like his nose like busted and like the blood running down his, like, I was just like, what the fuck is this? And I think I was always like that. I was always very like, even like more so when I was a kid. Like, I'm not even as much like this now, but when I was a kid, I was drawn to very eccentric personalities, and things like that just immediately grabbed me.
I mean, do you really think that I'm any different? Like, I've been doing Paul Lynde impersonations for the last 3 fucking episodes.
Yeah, I mean,
you really
me
think
too.
I'm not the exact same?
Yeah, I loved, and me too, loving Paul Lynde from Bewitched, and I've talked about this elsewhere, but I loved Little Richard when I was a kid. He was like my favorite musician, and it was, a lot to do with the fact that he was just this crazy fucking eccentric guy. Yet it was something very grabbing to me about that. I think I was a very just like soft-spoken, socially anxious kid. I didn't really talk a lot. So
and now you have face tattoos. I mean,
yeah. Now I'm full Post Malone. So yeah, I mean that it was.
I mean, they do call you Price Malone.
Yeah, they do. They all do. But yeah, the video just blew my mind. I really was. I was just like, what is this I'm seeing right now? And as a fun aside, WK has said that he recorded all of the instruments on his first album by himself, and then assembled his band afterwards. He talked to Donald Tardy from Obituary and asked him to be the drummer, and then he asked Tardy to assemble the rest of his band for him. According to WK, he didn't meet anybody in the band until the day of the music video shoot for Party Hard. So they had this single that they had recorded, and he had been basically corresponding with Donald Tardy by phone. He lives in Florida. And so he just called him. He's a fan of Obituary, which is, it's a death metal band, and he was really into death metal. And he just called him. He's like, will you be a drummer in my band? And he said, yes. And then he's like, okay, can you just make a band for me? Just get a guitarist and a bassist and all this stuff. So, and then they went and they shot the music video, and the players just basically pretended like they were playing this song, and they ended up learning it and playing it live and being the live performing band. But they all just showed up to shoot that music video, and it was the first time that any of them met.
Yeah, I've seen him say that a couple times in interviews, and it's kind of fascinating to me. Like, and part of me doesn't know how much of that I believe, but I love the story. We're
saving the how much of this is totally not true for later on.
Yeah.
So the album comes out. Party Hard is a huge radio hit because, like, have you heard the song? It's literally just the words "fuck yeah" if they were a song. And he gets labeled as this weird, crazy party goofball guy. He goes on to late night shows, does his party stoner dude shtick. Jay Leno rolls his eyes and mugs at the audience like, get a load of this guy. That was Curly. That was Curly from the Three Stooges. That was not Jay Leno. I tried. I swung and I missed.
Get a load of this guy. Huh?
Yeah, there we go.
Get a load of this guy.
I tried and I stuck my neck out.
Yeah, get a load of this guy. You know, yeah, you want to go and ride in my car? Come on, Andrew. Andrew, you want to go and ride for my car? Let's do this.
I mean, that sounds like an abduction. And then because I was a small child at this time, and then he just kind of gets frozen in carbonite that way. He has another hit with "She Is Beautiful," gets a short-lived TV show, tours on Warped Tour for several years, has some of his songs featured in some of the Jackass movies and cameos in the Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie. And he also had that Kit Kat commercial, or the Kit Kat song.
He also did that local news. Do you remember that? We went kind of viral in the 2000s where I don't remember exactly when it was. It might have been the promotional tour for this record where he went to some local news station and was just like, "Can I do the weather?"
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we did the weather.
And then he did the weather for Fox 11 in Wichita or whatever, and it kind of went viral.
Yeah. And then that's just kind of it. He's still releasing music to this day, but that's pretty much where his mainstream cultural relevance ended. But anybody who thinks that his whole thing was being a crazy party guy clearly only ever listened to Party Hard and She Is Beautiful off of that album, and not even very closely. Here's a sampling of some of the lyrics off of various tracks on I Get Wet from It's Time to Party.
Tension in my hand when you're standing there, no thinking anything, it's time to party. Doing it fast when you're doing it long, keep getting your money, it's time to party. Pounding on one, touching yourself, it's not too late, it's time to party. Open your mouth, we're all gonna come in your face. I hate you for making me read these.
From, fortunately, I think that was the last of the sexually explicit ones. From Ready to Die.
This is your time to pay, this is your judgment day. We made a sacrifice, and now we get to take your life. We shoot without a gun, we'll take on anyone. It's really nothing new, it's just a thing that we like to do. Your life is over now, your life is running out. When your time is at an end, then it's time to kill again. We cut without a knife, we live in black and white. You're just a parasite, now close your eyes and say goodnight.
From I Love New York City.
Run it over, run them out. Knock your block and terror your town. Move on corners, move around, talk no talk, breaking you down. You are a corporation, you are a company. We cut in high, but we're cutting in high anyway. We are your mother's father, we are your fighter friend. We can't stop what you can't end.
From Party Till You Puke, which Party Till You Puke, of course, this is just a fun, lighthearted song about partying, right?
We dent, we rob, we choke, we gun, we kill, we stab, we rob, we steal. We dent, we rob, we choke, we gun, we kill, we stab, we rob, we steal.
And finally from the title track, I Get Wet.
I get wet. I get wet when the party is dying. I get wet without even trying. I get wet. I get wet whenever you're trying. I get wet when I know that you're dying.
Whatever Andrew W.K. ended up becoming or representing, this first album was less like a series of party anthems and more like a discordant post-apocalyptic gun orgy. Even the title of the album has a masked, sinister quality to it. During interviews, WK claimed that I Get Wet referenced the feeling of excitement, the fluids in your body such as sweat, tears, and saliva pumping in response to adrenaline running through your body. But there's a clear sexual connotation to the phrase, as well as the fact that getting wet is a well-known slang term for when somebody gets tricked into unknowingly smoking PCP. Coupled with the iconic album cover for I Get Wet, which depicts WK staring blankly into the camera with a glazed-over, vacant stare while blood oozes out of his nose and down his face, which, according to WK, was achieved by smashing himself in the face with a brick and then adding animal blood to his bleeding wound. It's clear that the title isn't about excitement or partying. However, there was a deeper conspiracy being discussed than just whether or not WK's party guy cred was legit. Pretty much since the very beginning, before his first album had even dropped in the States, there was a rumor floating around. This rumor followed WK throughout the rest of his career, obviously up to this very day since we're currently talking about it. A rumor that Andrew WK was actually just a fictional character, elaborately devised by a shadowy group of artists to satirize the hedonistic and manufactured lifestyle of the modern rock star, and that the Andrew W.K. we knew was actually played by several different actors. Act 2, The Many Faces of Andrew W.K. The conspiracy actually started popping up in the early days when I Get Wet was first released in the UK. A few random publications passingly mentioned that there was a rumor that Andrew W.K. was a hoax in their reviews of the album. The most prevailing rumor was that he had been created by Dave Grohl as a joke on the music industry, and that he was dumping millions of dollars of his own money into funding the manufacturing of a famous rock star just to show everybody how easy it was to get on the radio if you have deep pockets. Which, you know, if that's true, then I feel like they kind of failed, because in this humble narrator's opinion, I actually think that album is a very solid album. I mean, we can talk later on about your actual thoughts about the music, but
yeah, yes, I have many thoughts on this.
I'll just say here now that not only did I love that album whenever I was young, but listening to it now, I actually still really enjoy it for what it is. Literally nobody knows how these rumors got started, especially so early in WK's career. However, by the time I Get Wet came to the US and a music video for Party Hard hit our TVs, the whole conspiracy theory part of WK's narrative had been forgotten. Instead, we got the goofy party dude narrative, the 15 minutes of fame, and the promptly forgetting his existence because a new Bum Fights DVD had just dropped on LimeWire, or whatever early 2000s nonsense we were getting up to. It wasn't until years later in 2004 when Americans became aware of the conspiracy of too many WKs.
Too Many WKs sounds like a scary movie spinoff, you know, where it's Andrew WK playing every character in the movie. Scary Movie, Too Many Andrew WKs.
From the producers of Scary Movie.
Too many WKs. You got a WK in my cereal.
During a December 18th concert in New Jersey, fans noticed that the person performing on stage was not Andrew WK. He had the signature long hair and dirty all-white clothes, but it was a completely different person, potentially wearing a wig. They began to loudly complain and point out that the man singing on stage was an imposter. Halfway through the show, the fake Andrew WK abruptly left the stage and the rest of the show was canceled. Angry, confused fans called into the radio station that hosted the show for weeks, asking what had happened and who the man on stage was, but nobody was ever able to answer those questions. This is when the world, or at least the portion of the world that was still paying attention to Andrew WK, was introduced to Steve Mike. S-T-E-E-V Mike. So, who was he? Well, officially, Steve Mike had been listed as the executive producer on I Get Wet. But who is Steve Mike? Some people believe that Steve Mike is actually the name of a collective of artists who created and engineered the Andrew WK persona. Some people believe it's Dave Grohl. Others believe it's actually Andrew WK himself. But before we talk about who Steve Mike is, let's talk about how everyone became aware of his existence. We'll call this next section of strange digital missives the Steve Mike incident, aka Dave's about to read a bunch of stuff.
Fucking goddamn it. 2
years after I Get Wet came out and simultaneously exhilarated and confused us, WK released his second album, The Wolf. WK has claimed in later interviews that the material for I Get Wet and The Wolf was all recorded at the same time, but the second album is much more laid back than the first. The lyrics are much less foreboding and dystopian. They give shades of WK's motivational speaker future. This is the album WK was touring during that fateful 2004 New Jersey show where fans claimed an imposter was performing on stage. But one of the details that slipped past fans about WK's sophomore effort, much more notable than the slight shift in mood and tone of the first, was that there was a name missing from the liner notes. The album, despite having supposedly been recorded at the exact same time as I Get Wet, did not feature an executive producer credit for Steve Mike. In response to the major backlash and confusion from fans about that show, a member of WK's team, Christine Williams, the person who ran all of his websites, held an online Q&A. There were 191 questions that were answered during the Q&A. Here are a couple of the more significant ones. Hey, I was at this New Jersey show, so this is how it'd sound. A lot of people don't seem to think that was Andrew W.K. at the New Jersey show. I am one of them. I'm also from New Jersey. I didn't drive in from a different town to see the show. What is going on, Christine?
To answer all your questions, there's been a lot of confusion regarding the New Jersey concert. People have been especially curious about where Andrew went after the show and whether or not it was in fact Andrew himself on the stage. Well, please let me be the first to tell you that you can take a deep breath and relax. Please calm down. It was a spectacular concert. Everything went over very well and the night was a success. We should all feel great about the show. Many of you did mention some strange, unexplained moments during the evening, mainly due to the stopping of the show early, before the band could finish the intended set, and how Andrew was moving. This was all due to a small problem with people in the backstage. Everything was taken care of smoothly and everyone made it out in one piece. At the end of the show, we moved to the same time as they worked with the equipment and finished it up perfectly. We just want people to know that it went over very well. At this point, all we can do is look at the information we've been collecting and continue with our research into the facts. We will not respond to false accusations, nor will we be threatened by those who choose deception over fairness. I'm never disappointed in a good AWK show.
Yo, Christine, where the heck is Andrew? We don't want to hear from you. We want to hear from Mr. WK himself. Bring back Andrew WK. I also live in New Jersey.
I must admit, I feel slightly uneasy trying to explain to you where Andrew is, and let me also state for the record that I am in no way trying to fill in for Andrew. I am simply here to answer questions, one at a time, on a moment-by-moment basis. Tonight will be the last Andrew WK concert of 2004. We trust that all the fans will come out in full force and raise the bar higher than ever. This is our last chance to build a night of never-ending excitement, sold out in New Jersey. I wish I could be there. As Andrew himself has stated, he will always be there, you just might not see him. Assumptions are once again at the mercy of possibility. Standards are suddenly stripped and elevated. Precepts and formalities no longer conceal the limitless possibilities that's always been there, and no longer will anticipate procedure shattering expectations or limit the endless variations of outcome that will be experienced now. Things which have become familiar are now anomalous. Due to the current circumstances, we still don't know who's causing this. We don't have a very clear idea of how to continue our research. You must know that Andrew is not moving away, because he's already gone, which means he's actually closer to you than ever before. Remember, no sign is a good sign, and that still remains the case. The most important part of this will remain and flourish like never before. It's possible that your theories of comfort will be shattered in the ultimate liberation of understanding. But just when we feel that we have no grasp, we'll realize we've been holding onto the most solid structure the entire time. There is no reason for this to happen, except that it is. Accept that it is, and enjoy yourself. As always, your pleasure remains the priority.
They're pretty much all as vague and dodgy as that. The whole thing came off as this weird, purposely confusing PR stunt, but that wasn't the end. Users had always been allowed to submit questions to WK through one of his websites, awkworld.com. Typically, the response to the questions would end up being generic words of encouragement, it gets betterisms, and barely meaningful motivational speeches, the kind of stuff that WK would become known for later on. However, after this Q&A happened, the answers to the questions started getting bizarre and menacing. Real people would write into the website asking for basic advice on things like relationships and dealing with a bully at work. And they'd get eerie, cryptic responses that felt similar to the apocalyptic lyrics on I Get Wet. Eventually, the messages started incorporating a coded system with hidden messages spelled out in numbers. As explained in the Andrew W.K. and Steve Mike information page, a living, breathing manifesto on the conspiracies and deeper meaning behind Steve Mike, supposedly meticulously researched and written by an Andrew W.K. superfan.
The code is a series of numbers and symbols in parentheses. It required the reader to take each number and match it to the corresponding letter of the alphabet. For example, A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, and so on. So a simple message would read 19, 20, 5, 5, 22, 13, 9, 11, 5, which translates to Steve Mike. Sometimes the code involved several levels of deciphering, meaning that rather than the numbers spelling out words, sometimes the numbers would spell out written words for other numbers.
It's a long, complicated series of numbers that the numbers correspond with letters that spell out other numbers, and then those numbers can then be deciphered, and they spell out Steve Mike as well. For several days on awkworld.com, there was post after post in this fan question section with dozens of coded messages all referencing Steve Mike. Eventually, they started getting more specific and more ominous.
Now it's time for Steve Mike, and then he left. Who knows? I promise, this party never stops. I'm going to be around, just not where the music doesn't sound out loud. Everything I have goes into the music. With my compliments, Andrew W.K. Whatever happened to me? Did Thex ever really happen in the first place? While going, Andrew W.K. Now, to truly begin, everything's changed. Facts. 1. Not only am I okay, I've never felt better. 3. Please experience sensations identical to the antithesis of fear. I've begun the synthesis of your fantasies yet undreamt. 4. All my time is spent with music now. 5. I am still here more than ever before. You are able see me just as often as you to it are used.
And those aren't typos or a mispaste or something. Like, that's what they said. The coded messages go on and on. There could literally be not one, but several more episodes of Deep Cuts specifically dedicated to deciphering the coded messages and their meanings that appeared on awkworld.com over the course of these few weeks. Instead, let's mention two last details of the coded messages. First, as mentioned before, the numerical code for Steve Mike is 19, 20, 5, 5, 22, 13, 9, 11, 5. In this code, the numbers 5 and 5 appear next to each other and are translated into the EE in Steve Mike. The number 55 then goes on to be used throughout the coded messages as a kind of shorthand for Steve Mike. 55 is Steve Mike. Remember that number, as it'll come up later. Second, this was the final coded message to appear on awkworld.com.
Dear Andrew W.K., to start, let me say that I respect you and your fans very much. You know how much I believe in you and all that you stand for, because I stood for it first. You know how much I love your music because I created it. Zao know that I love the way that you look and act and sing and dance because it was born in my brain. Hopefully by now you've noticed that I've hacked into the websites. Maybe you haven't seen everything, but your fans have. In fact, your fans are well on the way to knowing the truth. I've been giving them bits and pieces, hoping that you'd come to your senses and stop trying to squeeze me out. Well, you haven't responded to my initial requests, and now you're forcing me to make threats. When Zao a bit unprofessional, so will I. Now I have no choice but to let the facts speak for themselves. I never wanted it to come to this, but I can no longer wait in the background and ignore your complete disrespect. You've exploited the automatic disadvantage of our agreement puts me in. My choice to let you enjoy the spotlight while I create the magic leaves me almost helpless. I'm going to extreme measures, but you will not get me to expose myself until I expose you first. I know that the quick rise to fame has clouded your memory concerning our partnership. I was willing to forgive your and ignorant choices because you're a young star. However, your recent efforts to exclude me from the third album will not be tolerated. I didn't work for the last year on these new songs just to have you break your promises and my heart. Our fans deserve to know the truth. Our fans are smart. That's why I've put the same letter you're holding now on one of the many websites I've created throughout our company. By the time you read this, our fans will have read it too. Don't worry. I've made it hard for all but the most dedicated fans to read. But know this, more and more people will find the real story, unless you stop trying to sabotage our contract. I've chosen not to go to the press with this, yet I still value our relationship, and I want to continue with all that we initially planned. But if you refuse to comply, I will have no choice but to reveal myself and ridicule you as a backstabbing fraud. It's your choice. Yours truly, Steve Mike. P.S. Unless you want even more people to find out the truth about the music, our agreement, and your new girlfriend, stop with your pnts and hold up your end of the deal.
After a few days, the message was deleted and replaced by one that was supposedly by the actual Andrew W.K, or a member of his team attempting damage control. The message read, "Dear everyone, I had no idea what was waiting. I got back to my room, I noticed I had changed. Oh no, already, I didn't like the sound of that. I immediately went and looked. Right away I noticed that there was something messed up. I knew something was weird in the section. Then I sank into my stomach. I knew it. You always imagine you. I am this me. I can't believe me. Anyway, soon I started finding them. By the way, my manager showed me this and I'm very impressed. I spoke and the long process of forming cleared everything out. Geez, I just can't believe this actually happened. I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe this. This whole Steve Mike thing, I can't even begin. Right now we have solidified. We are the company. This was its insides. That's the only way to the systems. However, there is a small part that thinks it could be someone undisclosed in privacy. I can't even imagine this, but I have. I'm just a witness. You shouldn't see any of this. I talk about blackmail. Please don't believe Steve Mike. I used to call myself Steve Mike a long time ago and it's nothing new. Someone is trying to confuse you and make me look bad. Like a relationship gone bad. Someone is pretending to be me and this Steve Mike guy. I don't understand why people are close. I know you're reading this, whoever you are, will find you. I've made the following decisions. I'm now completely removed myself. The music is all that matters for all of us, and that's what I am. I have the best feelings about all of this because I know it's right. We're stronger now more than ever, and it's only because of one thing. We're still going. Long gone. Sincerely, Andrew W.K. Shortly afterward, a new FAQ was added to the site. Question: is Andrew W.K. dead? All the people that use this website are specifically from New Jersey.
No, Andrew W.K. is alive and well.
Who is Steve Mike?
Steve Mike is the executive producer and creative director for Andrew W.K.'s albums I Get Wet and The Wolf. Steve Mike's contribution to Andrew W.K. Inc. and Andrew W.K. personally have proved incredibly effective for this reason. Steve Mike has always been well regarded within the organization.
Are Steve Mike and Andrew W.K. the same person? Pizza.
No, Andrew W.K. and Steve Mike are not the same person. In the past, Andrew W.K. has stated that he used to call himself Steve Mike. However, this does not indicate that they are in fact the same individual.
Did Steve Mike hack into the Andrew W.K. websites?
Due to circumstances beyond our control, we are unable to comment at this time.
Hello, I'm from, Delaware. I have a plan to help save Andrew. How can I get to him?
Andrew W.K. appreciates his fans and friends' love and their outpour of devotion and concern. Please be advised that Andrew W.K. is not in danger or in need of help in any way, nor does he request the assistance of anyone outside of his immediate company. We encourage you to continue your support for Andrew W.K. by participating in the music and all it has to offer.
How can I talk to Andrew? How can I meet Andrew?
Andrew W.K. is well known for his easily accessible personality. At this time, Andrew W.K. is unavailable.
And then later on that year, a post popped up in the news section of awkworld.com announcing a new Andrew W.K. album, a follow-up to The Wolf.
New Andrew W.K. album, Andrew W.K. is deep in the midst of recording the third full-length album, The Power Never Stops Forming. The new songs are building to an even higher level of power and exaltation. Radiance, resplendence, and richness will course through every moment of every flourishing grandstand. Effulgence will surge through each thunderous collapse. The gorgeousness and grandeur of each sweat-dripping, blood-pumping, head-slamming moment of lustrous magnificence will fill our hearts with more strength than ever before. In other words, this is pure majesty taken to the highest level of celebratory royalty. Binary is banal.
However, this was not true. WK went completely silent for the entirety of 2005, and The Power Never Stops Forming never formed. It was just a weird, ominous dead end. During 2005, several weird and cryptic websites sprung up about Andrew WK, such as the aforementioned Andrew WK and Steve Mike information page. Throughout the year, 50 to 80 websites were launched, all filled with cryptic, labyrinthian, impossible to interpret information and theories supposedly put together by random fans. It's not exactly clear who truly made these websites, but it's likely that they were all actually created by WK and his team as some kind of weird metatextual subterfuge. Most of the websites don't exist anymore, but a handful of them are still up, such as the Andrew W.K. and Steve Mike information page, which is a sprawling manifesto about every little minute detail of this whole process. It was around this time in late 2005, early 2006, that another rumor started spreading. Not only was Andrew W.K. a manufactured hoax created by a committee of anonymous artists, or Dave Grohl, or Tom Cruise in the Church of Scientology. Yes, that's one of the real theories, but he wasn't even consistently the same person. Andrew W.K. was a costume, a moniker, and he had been played by multiple different actors. The Andrew W.K. from his early appearances in music videos for songs from I Get Wet, concerts, and late night shows was not the same current Andrew W.K. At some point, he had been replaced by someone else, or perhaps many different actors were constantly being cycled out of the role. And honestly, it's kind of understandable why people thought that. Throughout WK's career, from the early 2000s up to today, he has maintained this almost frustrating level of physical transformation. He appears in interviews randomly oscillating between his signature scruffy facial hair to a clean-shaven look, yo-yos in weight and muscle mass, sometimes appearing as a rail-thin kid with very little meat on his bones, and sometimes as this yoked-out professional wrestler-looking dude. He'll sometimes go through periods of exclusively wearing dark wraparound sunglasses in interviews, and there are even several interviews and appearances where he's obviously wearing a wig. WK has been so evasive in committing to a solid set of logistical rules for his physical appearance that it's almost impossible to nail down exactly what he looks like. But it's not just the physical appearance. From interview to interview, appearance to appearance, WK will often entirely transform his whole personality, his body language, his mannerisms, his vocal inflections, and his voice. There are several moments caught on camera where WK just is a different person. Even if it's not literally a different person dressed up and posing as WK, it's a different, completely unrecognizable person claiming to be WK. It doesn't help that there are images of WK that have clearly been doctored to alter his physical appearance that were obviously released by WK and his team specifically to spread this belief. These are official images posted on many of WK's various social media and websites where his face has been changed to look like a whole different person. Interestingly, in these photos, he always seems to give himself crossed eyes. If we were some kind of more conspiracy theory focused podcast, maybe we would delve deeper into the meanings of that. But, you know, suffice to say, in a lot of
he's just a really big fan of Tony Wong, and he loves the Golden Dragon comedic bit where he looks to the camera and crosses his eyes.
That's what every one of these pictures is just him reacting to a hot gag. And we're gonna take a look at a few examples of. I
also just want to talk about like the trajectory of the persona, because I feel like this is the right place, more or less. Like, there's multiple eras, right? Where there's like Andrew W.K. when he first comes out in like 2004, 2005, where he's like, because I wouldn't really count the pre-main studio record. Like, I wouldn't count I Get Wet as a real persona, because that's obviously the real guy. Like, he's just a dude who's nerdy and sexually frustrated and whatever. Like, I guess it's good to know that for background, but that's not like a persona. The first persona is like, he's really weird. It's like in that early era of the internet where people would just like go into libraries and like yell for no reason and like, you're so random, and like non sequiturs were really funny to people. He's that as a person. Like, he'll just stop in the middle of interviews and get up and like flail around randomly, or like somebody will be asking him a question and he'll just like start yelling for no reason, or he'll like make weird faces, or like, you know, it's before they really locked in that the party thing was going to be his. It was always there, but like that was what the music was. That wasn't necessarily what the persona of the performer was. You know what I mean? Yeah.
He would just be sitting in a live or in a late night interview, and in the middle of being asked a question, he would just like shoot forward and like slam his like knee up into his head, and then he would just sit there and like look dazed.
Yeah.
And then the person would be like, "What are you doing?" And then he'd be like, "Oh, just having a brain aneurysm." Like he was just he would just like do random shit.
He's a fucking dorky theater kid who was using theater kid tactics, almost kind of like asymmetrical warfare on pop culture. And like I watched one interview where he was on like a New Zealand radio station, and he did the whole interview sitting under a piano reading a newspaper, and then he got out from under the piano and started playing, but he fucked up Party Hard like 3 notes in, but instead of going, "Oh, I fucked up," then he just started punching the keyboard. Like he started punching the grand piano, and then he broke his thumb, and then he just started punching himself for like 30 seconds and then just ran away. And like it's kind of like an Andy Kaufman-esque, like it's so incomprehensible that that's the point, and like look at this happening, it's performance art, but trying to like filter it through a musician lens. And also it's kind of not all that successful because it's really apparent what he's doing, but it's there. So there's like that period of Andrew WK, and then after that there's Andrew WK where he gets really tired of having a persona and he's just the guy again. And he just like gives a couple interviews where he's like, "Hey, what's up? I'm Andrew WK and I make music and blah, 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 blah." And that's where you kind of get a view like through the chinks in the armor of like why he's doing certain things. And then the period after that, which starts with some of his mid records to now, where he's like, he gains a bunch of weight, like he physically, like he works out and becomes really buff, gains a bunch of weight, starts talking in this really weird character voice where he kind of talks in the back of his throat, and he's like, "Hey, how's it going? Hey," and he has this really thick Midwestern accent. He's like, yeah, I just want to do, "Hey, how's it going?" And like his body language is completely different, where he's very rigid. His spine is always erect. His shoulders are always back. And he always has like his lats out, like he makes himself as wide as possible all the time. And whenever he nods, his whole body moves. Like he doesn't just nod from the neck. It's like everything is very rigid. And it's funny when he's giving the like Macho Man Randy Savage interviews, and then someone asks him a question that he's actually interested in, and he'll cut the persona kind of like wanes a little bit, and he'll start talking in his normal voice. "Hey, I'm Andrew, and yeah, this is what I'm doing, and oh yeah, this is when I try to relax, I play a lot of Bach, like, you know, this is my favorite Bach piece." And he starts playing piano, and then he realizes kind of like, oh, it's kind of slipping, and then he's like back into the character of like, "Yeah, you know, yeah, just kind of party, you know, because the party gods, positivity," and all that shit.
Yeah, I mean, as you've just described, just to like kind of compartmentalize it, there are sort of 3 Andrew WKs, 3 phases or 3 periods, and like as you define, there's like the early stage where he's just kind of this weird, like, you know, early 2000s like Invader Zim humor guy. He's just like a caricature of a weird dude that just kind of like does whatever he needs to do to just derail any situation that he's in. And then there is the like just straight up like, this is a different person, like art school hipster Andrew WK, where, you know, he just sits back and he's very thoughtful, and he delivers these very eloquent, thoughtful analyses of his own art and the art of others, and he talks about a lot of ideas and a lot of like of the concepts behind what he's doing. And then there's the Macho Man Randy Savage motivational speaker Andrew WK that wears like exclusively wears wraparound sunglasses in all interviews. And like you said, like there's an interview where he's like being interviewed by this female news anchor, and they're in this room, and she's, you know, a relatively smaller person, and he just looks like this huge, like fucking beast next to her, because he's got that rigid posture, and he's got his arms out, and he just looks like so out of place in this little studio that they're in, sitting next to this news anchor who's dressed in that very kind of formal news anchor attire. And he's just wearing this all white, dirty costume. And he's just like, he just looks out of time. It's so bizarre.
And it's interesting though, because of the kind of combinations of fact and fiction and half truths and lies, and like in that middle period, which honestly didn't last that long, but in that middle period where he's the closest you're going to get to the real person, Andrew Wilkes career. I know, I fucked up.
The teacher has become the student.
That guy says a couple things that really clue into the later version, where he talks about, in one of the interviews, he talks about how when he set out to really build a career in music, he didn't want to make music that was from about him or from his perspective. He wanted to make music that was almost distinctly other, so that everybody could come to it holistically and it wouldn't be from a specific cultural point of view. Yeah. Which is funny, because that's just blatantly not true. It's just not true. But that's his Stockholm syndrome almost for how he's explaining this situation, whether, whatever the truth of the matter is, whether he was given this persona as something to make a career on, or whether he invented the persona as something to be a career on. It doesn't matter. There's a persona, and now he has to either act in accordance with that persona or rebel against that persona. And that's a status quo that this person is going to be living with for the rest of their life. And so the way you approach that is really interesting to me, especially when you think about like his costume, in air quotes, being all white, in that it's blank. Like there's nothing there to grab onto. Like it's just, there's no, fashion. It's theoretically timeless, but the way it's utilized in the various periods of Andrew W.K. are just completely different. And I also love the fact that like he talks a lot about, he doesn't want to discard any idea. He wants to evolve that idea over time, which, again, I don't know if I believe that as a literal thing. I think it's that he's made so much money off of this one thing, and also legally maybe can only do this thing. But the fact that he as a human was self-conscious as a kid and not physically attractive, and maybe he felt skinny or couldn't interface with women or whatever his issue was, he talks about his size a lot as a younger performer, like a lot. Like he jokes around about always wanting to gain weight. He jokes around about eating candy so that he'll get fat, so he'll be bigger. Like he talks about it a lot in interviews. And there's even like interview questions that are clearly set up, because we all know that whenever they pretend like the interviewer, the talk show host is just like asking a question out of nowhere, but they're all pre-planned. And there's like late night interview segments where Conan O'Brien or whoever is like, so a lot of people want to lose weight, but you're trying to gain weight. And it's like he specifically asked him to say that, because that's not a question that any late night host interviewer would ever want to ask. It was very obviously something that he specifically prompted him to ask. Yeah. And this was a solid 10, 15 years before he became Macho Man Andrew W.K. Like he's like normal-esque, mid 2000s, 2005, before some of the stuff we're going to get into later happens, and he can't use, or maybe doesn't have access to the Andrew W.K. persona in the way that he might have at different times. Like, he talks about trying to gain weight, and it's interesting to see through the raindrops, like what the truth of that is. Like the real guy is really sad and self-conscious about his body. Who isn't? I am. You are. We all are. Everybody doesn't have the body they want unless they're like a freak of fucking nature. Like everybody has something they're self-conscious about, but it's so glaringly apparent that his persona is like cherry picked from these specific things that hurt him, and then he just inverts it, where it's like, and now I'm going to be about being really positive, and I'm going to be really fun to be around, and people are going to like me, and we're all going to go to parties together. even though I never went to parties as a teenager and nobody liked me and I was kind of creepy and I was self-conscious about my body. And now I'm going to be fucking ripped and I'm going to look like a professional wrestler, which I would guarantee you, if you were in a room with him and asked him shit about wrestling, he knows shit about wrestling, because the person he is today is like modeled on 80s professional wrestler dudes. Like,
yeah.
100%.
He just became, all he does is cut promos. Like, that's all he does now.
Yep.
He just goes around cutting promos
on life.
Yeah. And, you know, to go back to his outfit, his costume or whatever, the white t-shirt and white jeans. Another interesting thing about that I just thought about is the fact that, like, it's a blank slate, but also he said this in an interview, which is obviously not true. But when he was asked why he wears all white, he said something to the effect of, like, it was just it was a brightness that stood out from the dark. Which is not true, but it's really interesting because the dynamic of the way his outfit is, it's all white, but it's not pristine. It's very dirty. And whenever you're far back away from him, it kind of does have that effect of, like, he stands out. He pops against the darkness. He's kind of this angelic looking figure, but then when you get close up to him, the white is grimy and, like, just covered in dirt and who knows what else, and it's, like, kind of disgusting. Like, I don't know if, like, part of this persona, like, I don't know if he's somebody where if you got close to him he smells bad or something, if he has, like, really bad BO or whatever, but if you really get up close and look at his clothes, like, it's gross. Like, he looks really gross. And it's really fascinating that from afar, he does embody that pure angelic,
which is also a
beacon
weird
of light.
It's a weird metatextual commentary on the whole thing we're talking about, where, like, the costume, like I always say about superhero costumes, the costume is a synecdoche for the person, where they want to be perceived as positive from a distance, but then you get up close and you realize that he has flaws and he's a liar and he's totally not this person that he's projecting himself to be. So the costume is fucking brilliant. Like, I love it.
Yeah. So we're looking at a couple of random screenshots that I grabbed of Andrew W.K. from various times. So, you know, there's a screenshot from this interview that he did with Vice during his, like, art school hipster phase, where he's, like, obviously wearing a wig.
Yeah, I mean, that is 100%. Andrew W.K. doesn't want to be Andrew W.K. anymore, so he's dropping all the aspects of the persona, but either he's worried about damaging the brand or he's legally compelled to appear with long hair. Yeah. And so he's wearing that is a straight up wig. Yeah, it's a wig. And then you've got, like, the current Macho Man Randy Savage, Andrew W.K. appearing on Larry King interview. That Larry King interview was so fucking weird. Yeah, it's bizarre. Like, in that interview, it's an old, like, near senile man talking to a fictional performance art character. That's what it is. But it's also funny too, because Larry King doesn't know who Andrew W.K. is, and he also doesn't know enough to ask him specific questions. So he's got this script of questions that he's been told to ask, but he doesn't even really understand what they are. And so he asks him, you know, a bunch of people think that you're not real. And they talk about it, and Andrew W.K. admits in that interview that he, at a certain point in time, embraced the conspiracy theory and did stuff to further it, which is very interesting, because at the very least, there are a lot of people who've had these types of conspiracy theories about them. Katy Perry's one is that people believe that she's actually Jean-Benet Ramsey. Avril Lavigne has one that Avril Lavigne died and now her body double performs as Avril Lavigne. Yeah. Paul McCartney, same thing. There's a body double that performs as Paul. And it's interesting that he at the very least admitted to, at a certain point in time, playing into it, because I think for a lot of people that completely seals the kayfabe. Like, if you admit, oh yeah, that was a conspiracy theory and I played into it for a while, but it's not real and I don't do it anymore. Now, immediately everybody's like, oh, it's not fucking real. He just said that he played into it for a while, but now he doesn't do that. So he's obviously not doing it anymore, which is like the most genius way. If you wanted to continue to do it, or if you legally had to do it, that's the best way to circumvent it.
Yeah. And by the way, I actually, like I said, I was a fan of Andrew W.K. when I was young, but I moved away from him and stopped noticing or caring about him. I didn't keep up with his music after The Wolf. I didn't hear any of the later albums. But the way that I discovered this whole thing was from the Avril Lavigne conspiracy.
Oh, really?
Back in 2014, I just looked it up to see when the song came out, and it was 2014 or 2013, or maybe I feel like it was earlier than that, but maybe not. So in 2013, Avril Lavigne came out with a song called "Hello Kitty," which is a whole other discussion, but it's this number one. It's this terrible song. Like, the song is awful, and it was written by Chad Kroeger from Nickelback because they were married at the time.
Yes.
The song is terrible. The music video, number one, is like really racist.
Oh no!
It's this whole like Japanese like fetishism thing where it's like Avril Lavigne dressed as like a Shibuya like the Japanese like extreme fashion and all this Japanese imagery and people wearing kimonos and things like that, like really like racially appropriative. And also like Avril Lavigne just looks like dead-eyed and just like sleepwalking through this video. She doesn't want to be there. Like, she's being like forced to do this by gunpoint. It's this this force of terribleness. And so I had seen this, and it was just like one of those things where you're like, Jesus, this is so fucking awful. And in like looking into it and like learning about that stuff, about how Chad Kroeger wrote it and all these things, I came across that conspiracy theory about how Avril Lavigne died and was replaced by an actress. And when I was reading an article about that, in the article, just as a passing aside, it was like similar to the how people think that Andrew W.K. was played by multiple actors, with the little hyperlink that you can click on. And that's how I discovered this. I was like, what? And that was whenever I went into this whole rabbit hole. And it's funny because I've had this idea in my back pocket, like pretty much the whole time since we first started the show. And for the longest time, like it was the first thing I think I thought of. Like when we talked about doing this show, it was like one of the first things that popped into my mind of like, oh, the Andrew W.K. thing. But I held off on it for the longest time because I just didn't think there was enough to do an episode about. Like,
boy, were you wrong?
Because originally it was like, oh, this is just a conspiracy theory. Like, we're not going to do an episode just about a conspiracy theory that's not real. But then whenever I actually started looking into it, I realized that the conspiracy theory is not even the point. Like, there's a whole other thing.
Yeah. And
this ended up being the most research I've ever done on any of these episodes. But the thing about it is, so, if you look through these images, like look through these, and you see the Larry King one, you see like these random promotional photos from like earlier in his career, like this one where he's like really like baby faced.
Yeah, that one's really weird.
Yeah, it almost kind of looks like a woman, like with a beard and mustache, and like.
Well, isn't that the cover that they used for Mother of whatever the fuck that record is called? Oh God.
No, not the one where he's wearing lipstick. The other one where he's like the one above that one.
Oh yeah.
Just very kind of soft features, and just all these various pictures, and then you got like the weird ass thing which we'll talk about later. The images where like he just like. His hair is slicked back and he's just wearing normal clothes. He's wearing like in this one screenshot where he's wearing like the shirt like a bicyclist would wear, and then he's got them like tucked into slacks, and then he's wearing the slacks like up to his like belly button.
Yeah. He's going for the whole Jack Kirby.
Yeah, and like, and then if you go down to this, there's like this like diagram or this like infographic that somebody had made where it's like proof, quote unquote, that they replaced Andrew WK, and it's like images from pre 2005 and images from post 2005, and the images
which that's not true. Like the in air quotes, the actor on the right who is post 2005, I've seen interviews with that guy pre 2005.
Yeah. And, you know, the thing, I mean, so with this diagram, the thing about this is like the images on the left, the pre 2005, like that isn't Andrew WK. That's genuinely a different person. But those are specifically staged photos that were released by them purposely to fan the flames of that conspiracy. Like they legitimately released images with a different guy, like on,
and the one in the middle, because there's three images here. One where the character that's supposed to be Andrew WK is laying down in front of a caterpillar bulldozer thing, and he's like jokingly reaching out to the camera and screaming, which that I would almost believe that that's Andrew WK just because it's kind of from a distance, and
that one could be him.
It could be him. The next one down where he's like sitting in a chair smiling, kind of goofy, just 100% is a different person.
Yeah.
It's legitimately like not even passing the glance test different person. Like it's a guy wearing a wig and the white t-shirt, but also just like not in any way, shape or form passing as Andrew WK. And then the final image here where it's a fan and the person who's supposed to be Andrew WK giving a thumbs up, this person also doesn't look anything like Andrew WK.
Yeah, but these images were like basically like just thrown out into the wild by Andrew WK and his team as like almost like counterfeit, like counterfeit currency, like specifically to fan the flames of this. But
I love it.
Aside from these like faked pictures that really aren't him, which were purposely taken specifically to further that conspiracy, the other images of Andrew WK that's actually Andrew WK, it's totally understandable that people at certain points thought he was a different guy because he really does look not as definitively as those fake pictures, but he really does look like a different guy in some of these. Like if you saw some of these pictures or saw videos of these interviews or things like that, and you didn't know that it was Andrew WK, like you probably would think it was different people. And that's kind of the thing that is so fascinating to me is there's this whole conspiracy theory that he was played by different actors. And I totally understand why people thought that. And to me, it's actually the fact that it wasn't body doubles and it really was him all those times is actually more fascinating and interesting to me than if it had been fake body doubles. Like the whole thing that started this, the concert in New Jersey where people thought that there was a different guy on stage and the show ended abruptly and they complained about it or whatever. Like initially I kind of thought that maybe that was all part of the kayfabe and that they really had gotten a body double to go out during this concert, but it was just an isolated incident and it was done on purpose. But the more I thought about it and the more I looked at the timeline of how everything matched up, that 2005 era that concert happened in, I fully believe that it was Andrew WK, but that it was during the period where he had sort of shed the persona and he cut his hair and he was wearing a wig. Kind of, I think that was Andrew WK in the like Vice interview era, like
Andrew WK 2.0.
Yeah, and I think that people saw him on stage and they genuinely thought he was a different guy because he looks like a different guy. And he's also wearing a wig.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of half and half on that. That had occurred to me too. I don't know. Part of me feels like they were so gung-ho on this. They were so gung-ho on this idea of really playing into the conspiracy theory that there's no way that at the very least they didn't have a talk where it was like, if we have multiple people playing Andrew, we can be doing multiple things at once and we can be making money off of touring and we can have you in this TV show and we can be shooting a movie all at the same time. And like,
yeah, I think that's totally within the realm of possibility. I'm just sort of, I'm thinking about the fact that like out of context without any of this information, if I went to an Andrew W.K. concert expecting the guy that was in the Party Hard video and I saw the art school hipster one, I would think it was a different guy. So after taking 2005 off, in 2006, WK finally entered into the next stage in his career, motivational speaker. He began touring the country, appearing at venues and giving his strange brand of nihilism wrapped in generic motivational platitudes. Gone was the carefree party dude. WK had become this saccharine, upbeat, giant teddy bear-esque figure, a cuddly and overly optimistic beacon of positivity that could spin any situation, any narrative into something hopeful. And going back to what you said before, this is almost a foil to his actual personality where, you know, you definitely get shades of it in, you know, some of the stories he tells about his childhood, but you definitely get shades of it in just straight up the lyrics in his first couple albums, that he seemed like openly misanthropic. And so, you know, becoming a motivational speaker who talks purely in like generic platitudes is like just the antithesis of him as an actual person.
Yeah, and part of that makes me think of like, you know, his career was not necessarily on the downturn yet in 2006. Like he wasn't necessarily like has-been material, but you know, the wave had broken, right? His ascendant upwards had crested and come back down to a certain degree. And I am curious if this specific permutation, because he hasn't yet evolved into Blastoise, you know what I mean? Like he's not fucking huge yet. So I'm curious if...
I love that. I don't know if you've meant to make that double comparison either, but I love the idea of he has the 3 evolutions.
Oh no, 100%. Yeah. There's the Squirtle one, which is I party hard, the I get wet wolf period, and then art school is the Wartortle one, and then the final form of Blastoise, like 100%. That's but I would be curious if he would admit, if we were to ask him, if he modeled what would be his second act on Henry Rollins. Because it feels very Henry Rollins. Because he starts writing in papers, he starts talking more kind of eloquently about life and art and trying to do things and go out and be happy and living life with an adventure and blah, blah, blah. Like, he's just like, hey, I'm going to just be less good Henry Rollins. Like, I'm not going to really go to Iraq. I'm going to go to, like, Des Moines, Iowa. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like I can't stress enough that like, you know, I would encourage people to go and like look at these interviews and look at the physical differences and kind of see that like he does really look like a different person. But if you really study the images and you put them side by side, which I did, because I really had a crisis of like not really knowing what to believe. And there was a while in my whole research of this where I was like, is this a different person? Like this guy with the slick back hair, like he seems like a different person. But if you really like get the right angles and take screenshots and you put them together, like it's the same guy. You can recognize the bone structure, you can recognize the nose and all that. It's the same guy. But I can't stress enough that like not only does he kind of look different, but his voice is different. He's doing these like different voices. Like you said before, like his later on, the Macho Man Randy Savage has this thick Michigan accent. He's like, oh yeah. Like he's like, cause he's from Michigan, but like he clearly does not actually have that thick of a accent.
And he loses it in the middle of interviews too. Like because he starts out every interview with like, oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm here. Party. Yeah. And then people will ask him more questions and he'll, oh yeah, well, I just really love Bach. You know, Bach is really good. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Oh yeah. Flying here. Yeah. Playing rough.
In the Vice interview, there's not a shred of that Midwestern accent.
Yep.
He kind of reminds me, his voice and his mannerisms, he reminds me of Adam Scott in that interview. Yeah. Which is so different than the way that he acts now, or even the way he acted before that, a couple years before that.
Yeah.
He also released his third album, Close Calls with Brick Walls, exclusively in Korea and Japan. In a later interview, WK would eventually explain why the album only came out in those regions at the time.
At the end of 2004, an old friend of mine got in some business trouble and basically decided to take it out on me. To cut a long story short, this person is someone I worked with very closely and had a formal and family business relationship with. Due to the various complaints this person had with me, they were able to turn my life and career upside down. I wasn't allowed to use my own name within certain areas of the U.S. entertainment industry. And we were in a debate about who owned the rights to my image and who should get credit for, in air quotes, inventing me.
There are two distinctive details about Close Calls. Number one, inexplicably, Steve Mike was once again credited as executive producer on the album. And second, it had returned to the unsettling uncanniness of I Get Wet, as one review of the album at the time said,
I found Close Calls with Brick Walls, and especially the associated non-musical ephemera, art, videos, website, theories, performances, and interviews, extremely disturbing. It's Lynch-like in that it suggests the presence of something awful, some terrible psychological disturbance or rapture, without ever really describing it directly. It has the sickening, tryptophobic gravity of a good wingnut conspiracy theory, where everything starts to seem like an encoded clue after a while, but with the solution remains forever out of reach.
Then, sometime in early 2007, Andrew was doing a public speaking engagement in Seattle that was attended by Eric Grandy, a writer for The Stranger. After the event, Grandy wrote a blog post questioning whether the man who had spoken on stage was actually WK or not. He claimed that he had never even heard the conspiracy theory or any of its bizarre events or any of the bizarre events surrounding WK, but that he didn't believe the speaker had actually been WK. And going back to what I said before, this is another situation where, as we come to find out during this time, this is when he had become the like completely losing the persona, short, slick back hair,
different non-white ensemble, like actual normal clothes.
So this is what he looked like during this time. So I fully believe that he went to the thing and saw that version of Andrew W.K. and understandably questioned whether or not it was him or not, because it doesn't look like him at all. It just looks like a different guy. Yeah.
And it's funny because there are 3 periods in his career, but there's a really 3.5, because there's, there's the original version, in between War Turtle and Blastoise, there's an attempt at making a real hard left turn, which is what you're talking about, where he cuts his hair to be ear length, starts dressing differently, and starts doing different performance art, which we'll get to in a minute. But that either doesn't go over well, or he legally is prohibited from doing it, or something happens and he hard pivots away.
Yeah. And it's less than 0.5, because there are literally only 2 videos that exist in the world with him like that. There's no pictures, and there are 2 videos with him with the short, slicked back hair. And one of them doesn't even actually exist anymore. It got scrubbed off the internet. I'm going to kind of repeat this in a second, but there's one video basically that exists, and then another video that got taken down and doesn't exist anymore, but there are like excerpts from it in different videos. And this is the only place you can see this version of him. So it really was like a very brief period. In response to the blog post, Grandy got a doozy of an answer from an anonymous commenter.
The truth will make you sad. Mike Steve is AWK. Andrew WK is Steve Mike, and vice versa. The whole Steve Mike created Andrew concept, the website, hacking, the actor angle, the AWK Inc. company, Louise Harland, etc., all were designed and orchestrated by Andrew and his management company as a bit of a social experiment and a way of keeping the fan base wondering about it all during his relative absence from the spotlight. The wealth of information available, evidence to the contrary, etc., 30 to 45% of it was pre-written and planted in the correct places. The rest of it simply boils down to the overzealous fans coming up with their own scenarios and passing them along to other fans. After passing those scenarios along, they have a tendency to take on a life of their own, which is exactly what was hoped would happen for all involved. Originally, the idea was to draw the Andrew, Steve, Mike confusion out even further into different channels, but it's been mostly abandoned to the hands of the fan base at this point. We're keeping it alive on their own quite nicely. It's my understanding that there were at least 5 or 6 other scenarios in the works for future developments at one point, possibly more, one of which would expand on the theory that Andrew W.K had a split personality, identified as Steve Mike, who stood for the polar opposite of everything Andrew did, darkness, despair, isolation, etc., and that the two of them would have so-called battle for control over the identity. As absurd as it may sound, it was an idea on the table. A lot of people have had their hand involved in the creation of these storylines. In regards to the various actors playing rock star named Andrew angle, there is a kernel of truth to that. Several lookalikes were brought on board at various times to make appearances in order to lend credibility to the ongoing internet rumors that Andrew wasn't real. This was also to benefit the real Andrew, who could as a result focus on other responsibilities and obligation, ergo, be in many places at once. Andrew is a legitimate artist who was discovered in the early 2000s and got a huge media push as Island Def Jam really believed in him and was hoping to push him as the man who saved rock and roll. The Steve Mike angle was originally intended to be part of that. It was wildly successful in some regards, but didn't quite achieve the exact results that we're hoping for overall, which unfortunately I'm not exactly aware of, hence the abandonment of the Steve Mike project. The possibility does exist that Steve Mike may make future appearances threats to, in air quotes, outing Andrew, or things of other natures. Depending on whether or not it appears feasible and the desired results, that's all. Hope it helps anybody still confused about the subject.
Really quick, the thing that's referenced there, the Louise Harland thing, that I don't explore that in this because basically when I was doing the research and writing this, I had to make the conscious decision to, dig like maybe 5 feet below the surface, because if I had dug, 8 feet below the surface, this episode would be like 10 hours long because there's so many little details to this. So one of the things that I left out, we won't really talk about, but just to quickly cover it, there is this deliberately complicated business structure to how Andrew W.K exists from a corporate standpoint, where like basically like there's like the Andrew W.K Inc., which is like the company that owns Andrew W.K, and then like Andrew W.K Inc. owns a company called the Louise Harland Corporation, which is like the company that's responsible for like the legal side of Andrew W.K. And then like all of that is owned by a bigger company. I forget the exact details. I would honestly like recommend if you're interested in learning more about this insane like kayfabe story behind all this, there's definitely going to be a lot of, I'm going to add some resources in the show notes so that you can like look at some of these links to like the Andrew W.K and Steve Mike information page and read some of this backstory and some of these details, and you can get a better understanding of this. But long story short, there's like 5 companies that are allegedly involved with managing Andrew W.K, and they're sort of like purposely kind of like complicated in how they exist, and the whole thing is supposed to feel like this weird kind of like corporate nightmare type situation. Gotcha. And the Louise Harland Corporation is just one of those companies. Part of you wants to believe that this is the cut and dry answer to the entire thing. However, more likely, and yes, it's strange to be defaulting to the fringe conspiracy theory as the more likely explanation, but has anything you've heard thus far given you any indication that the simplest answer would be the truest when it comes to the story? Most likely, it was actually Andrew W.K himself that left this message. Why? Well, largely because of what happened next. On September 19th of 2008, W.K booked one of his speaking engagements at London's Madame Jojo's.
Totally a real place.
Yeah. The evening was billed as a one-off stream of consciousness address to an intimate audience, but otherwise nobody knew what was going to happen. There used to be video footage of this event, but it literally doesn't exist anymore, except for a couple short clips that were put into other videos. The original full-length video of this night has been completely scrubbed from the internet. However, From the few short snippets that still exist, we can see an Andrew W.K. that we've never seen before, one that has never been captured on camera except for a few rare occasions. In the footage, W.K. is seen standing on stage, completely stripped of anything recognizable about Andrew W.K. His hair is short, about ear length, and it's slicked back. His face is clean shaven, and he's much skinnier and less muscle toned than he's ever been. Instead of his signature white on white t-shirt, jeans, and high top sneakers, he's wearing a white silk button up shirt tucked into slacks with brown dress shoes. He legitimately looks like an entirely different person. If this is how Andrew W.K. looked when Eric Grandy of The Stranger saw him speak, it's no wonder he questioned whether it was actually him or not. It's difficult to fully stress how completely different he looks. You would not know it was the same person as the long-haired party rocker unless you were told. While the full-length footage of the talk no longer exists, and it definitely doesn't exist, I searched far and wide for this video because I saw clips of it in a different video and I wanted to watch the full thing. And the source for the full video leads to a website where basically the video is no longer hosted there anymore. It's not a YouTube link. It was like a video hosted on some music website, and it doesn't exist anymore. It was taken down. So, and that's the only place for it. And I searched extensively for this. I even tried to crowdsource finding this video on the official Andrew W.K. subreddit. So I went there and I asked if anybody could find it or if anybody had it. And nobody had it. They were just like, yeah, this doesn't exist. But
what was the reaction to the people on the subreddit? Were they like, oh, you're the latest traveler coming here trying to find this?
No, they were just like, yeah, no. Somebody sent me a different video that wasn't the right one. And I was like, oh, no, this is not the right one. And they're like, oh, yeah, you're right. And then they were like, nope, I have no idea. This doesn't seem to exist anywhere. So while full-length footage of the talk no longer exists, here's a transcript of the bomb he dropped on the audience that night.
I want to confess something to you all. I'm actually not Andrew W.K. I'm not. I'm not the same guy that you may have seen from the I Get Wet album. I'm not the same person. I don't just mean that in a philosophical or conceptual way. It's not the same person at all. Do I look the same as that person? What I mean is that since that time, I've changed. And for any of you that happened to be there during that time, perhaps you've changed as well. And I would like to think that we're not the same people at all. And again, not just conceptually, but very literally, we're not the same people. I'm a completely different entity. Not to discredit what I've done before or what Andrew W.K. has done before, whoever that person was. And so, I'm here in that spirit, and I think that freedom is this sort of hand in hand with the idea of joy, and the song like Party Hard that Andrew W.K. has done, songs like I Get Wet or Party Till You Puke or Totally Stupid, or whatever songs that appealed to you that Andrew W.K. presented. I'm here in the name of joy, but not Andrew W.K. as far as that goes. Andrew W.K. was created by a large group of people. They met, and I was there. And we talked about how they would come up with something that would move people. It was done in the spirit of commerce. It was done in the spirit of entertainment, which usually goes hand in hand with commerce. I was auditioned alongside many other people to fill the role of great frontman and great performer. On the one hand, it might be a little scary to admit this to you all, that I may not be exactly who you thought I was, and that the guy who was in fact first hired as Andrew W.K. is a different person than the guy sitting here on the stage tonight. I'm the next person who's playing Andrew W.K.
And, you know, just to confirm that this isn't like another one of these made up fictional things that was just created as part of this whole augmented reality. Like I said, there's some clips from it that exist. The original video does not exist, but in this other video, they play a short snippet from this video. So it's essentially just what you just said, but this definitely happened. And he does have the slicked back hair, wearing the weird kind of like suit.
Yeah, but also like that still fits perfectly in line with he was trying to play into the conspiracy theory and then maybe regretted playing into it. You know what I mean? Like I still don't. I don't know. I guess we can talk more about this at the end, but I still don't really think. I don't buy that. I don't buy that he was completely concocted in a room with people. But I do buy that he's choosing to be different versions of And not reinventing like how Madonna reinvents herself every 8 years or whatever, where it's like, now I'm going to be Madonna doing this. It's like, no, he's like literally trying to be other people and pass it off. Like there's a difference. For me, at least, there's a difference.
Now I'm Tundra Battle Madonna.
I mean, you joke, but I would 100% buy Arctic Attack Madonna action figures.
Yep. Interestingly enough, there seems to be only one other shred of footage that exists on the internet showing WK during this time period with the shorter slick back hair, button-up shirt, and slacks. It was an appearance on the YouTube web series What's in My Bag from Amoeba Records in Hollywood, California. A show
R.I.P.
Yeah, just closed down like yesterday, or they posted a video R.I.P. like being like, we fully moved out. This is the end of an era yesterday. Yeah. A show where cameras follow around a musician as they shop for music and movies in the store and show you what they're buying. WK appears in the video, once again, unrecognizable physically, but also completely transformed personality, body language, and voice-wise. He might as well be a different person, and it really takes comparing screenshots from this and other images of WK and studying them closely to recognize similarities in the facial structure that reassure that this is actually the same person. For WK, it seemed like any appearance on any show, web series, interview platform, etc. is just another opportunity to further his bizarre narrative. It's all world building to him. And yeah, it's so weird to me because this is a real show. I've watched many episodes of it. It's just a YouTube series that Amoeba does where they have a musician or even an actor in, and they just have them being like, yeah, I bought this Tom Waits record, and they talk about him a little bit. And in this episode of this show with Andrew W.K, he just happens to be doing this weird character, which is like the John Waters version of Andrew W.K. He's just got like the slick back hair, and his personality is like a little bit slimier. Like he's doing some kind of weird character that it's almost like the antithesis of the later Macho Man Randy Savage one, where he kind of comes off like he's got like ill intentions.
Yeah, it's a pedophile Andrew WK.
Yes, and I think he was trying to play this like sleazy version of himself in that Q&A that I just played a clip from, but even in this video, and it's so weird because it's just this normal web series. He's got like this Amoeba employee who's going around with him talking to him, and she's just there doing the thing that she does all the time, which is like, yeah, we have musicians in and we talk to them about the music they're listening to, but he's doing this weird character. And it's so funny because in this show they always play music from the musician in the like transitions. They'll have like, yeah, we're here, I'm looking in this aisle, and then they'll show them walking and kind of time lapse of them walking through the store, and they'll play music from the artist to transition, and they'll go to the next shot. And so they do this, and they play Party Hard as they just show Andrew WK like looking through racks and stuff like that. And it's just so funny to have that song playing while we're just looking at this dude, like this skinny dude with slick back hair, wearing like slacks that are literally like up to his nipples with like this button-up shirt tucked into it. Like the cognitive dissonance of that guy and then playing that song it made me laugh out loud. It's so absurd. So that's it then, right? Question answered. We know the true reality of Andrew WK. Well, not quite. A couple months later, after this quote-unquote confession leaked onto the internet, WK released this statement on his website.
Since 2001, I have been accused of being part of a conspiracy in which I am knowingly entered into a contract with creative directors who proceeded to invent a new identity for me to perform under. I am here to say that this is simply not true and a gross exaggeration of easily explainable and commonplace music industry practices. Of course, I work with people who choose not to include their whole names in the credits or who aren't on stage with me, but Taking advice or guidance from other people doesn't mean I'm a victim of mind control. The kind of people who accuse Andrew W.K. of being a talking head for some secret conspiracy to corrupt people's morals are the same people who claim MTV and Cartoon Network are owned by the secret rulers of the world out to poison kids' brains, or that pop stars like Beyonce or Lady Gaga are part of some occult society, or that companies like McDonald's or Coca-Cola or Hollywood are secretly promoting hidden plans, or that the President of the United States is just a figurehead and reading a script given to him by secret world power. Just because I work with other people who advise me doesn't mean that I am a puppet of an evil cult, or have some sort of master plan. It has become too common for musical artists and performers to be labeled as part of some global scam to control the world, or that we're puppets of a larger agenda designed to hurt people. That's why I'm speaking out and loudly declaring I am not evil, and neither are any of my other fellow members of show business. We are here to bring fun and light to the world, not doubt and darkness. I have always admitted that I worked with people, and I have confessed that time and time again. Even if the critics twisted what I said, I did this hoping it would quiet people up and put an end to all the speculation and exaggeration. I was never an actor, and the partnerships I made with friends, family, and companies I've worked with have all been to promote entertainment, excitement, and fun, to give people something fun to focus on, to occupy our thoughts instead of a bunch of fear and negativity.
He also posted this video on the site in conjunction with that statement. The video is titled, "I Am a Real Person."
Hello, this is Andrew W.K. I want to start by saying Happy New Year to everyone. I'm very grateful for the excitement that the new year promises to bring us all. I would also like to take this opportunity to address some questions that have been raised recently regarding my career and my history. I want to address these questions simply because a lot of these questions have been with me since the beginning, and I would like to once again say that I am a real person and that Andrew W.K. has always been. Would like to encourage everyone to ignore with great passion these different statements saying otherwise.
It's worth noting that by the time he created this video, he had already regrown his signature long hair and beard and was back to rocking the white on white look. So back to square one. It's been years of protracted weirdness, and we're still not any closer to understanding if Andrew W.K. is a real person or just who the fuck Steve Mike is. And ladies and germs, spoiler alert, things aren't going to get any clearer. In September of 2009, WK released his fourth album, or fifth album if you count the fact that Close Calls with Brick Walls was originally released in Japan and Korea as a double album with another full-length LP titled Mother of Mankind, an album that wasn't released in the US until 2012, making it the official fifth album in the US, despite actually being recorded and released before this album. There were two notable things about this album. Number one, it was an album composed entirely of improvisational new age piano music with no singing whatsoever. And number two, it was titled 55 Cadillac. And now we want the boys and girls at home to take out their decoder rings and think back to earlier in the episode. What number do we want you to remember? 55, the number in those early coded messages on WK's website, the number that stood for EE but were shorthand for Steve Mike. Upon releasing 55 Cadillac, WK published a piece in The Guardian where he had a weekly column explaining the meaning and purpose behind releasing the album. The name of the article was, "I Am Finally a Free Man."
Hello, I hope you're well. I recently released an album titled 55 Cadillac. The Guardian has asked me to write about it here. They requested I explain why I made the album and why it contains only improvised piano songs. That's somewhat of a tall order for me at this moment. I just had a gag order put on me, really. But I will do my best to type some words and hope that they cover some of the desired bases. Why and how I made this album is somewhat difficult for me to write about. Allow me to state the following. Over the past 10 years, I have had personal and professional issues with several people involved in my career, and due to formal agreements, I am partially forbidden from going into detail regarding certain aspects of my recent work, and as a result, the making of 55 Cadillac. Here's what I am able to say. At the end of 2004, an old friend of mine got in some business trouble and basically decided to take it out on me. To cut a long story short, this person is someone I worked with very closely and had a formal and family business relationship with. Due to various complaints this person had with me, they were able to turn my life and career upside down. I wasn't able to use my own name within certain areas of the US entertainment industry, and we were in a debate about who owned the rights to my image, and who should get credit for inventing it. This made my life complicated and tense for a few years, but I kept working and doing whatever I could to keep moving forward. By 2008, and after a lot of negotiating, my new business team and I had come to an agreement with my opponent, and I was finally in the clear. That's how this new 55 Cadillac album became possible. We based this new record label in the UK, so there were no issues within the US. However, as of last week, we've been partially pulled back into the thick of it, and I'm getting hourly updates from my lawyer as I type this. I really don't know how to feel about it. It's beyond frustrating. It almost feels like a hallucination. It inspires such rage inside me that my mind has to seek other outlets for the energy, and I start to feel dizzy and see stars. Fortunately, I don't have to deal with anyone directly. Thank goodness my lawyers do all the real work. Anyway, I wanted this new 55 Cadillac album to sound like freedom. The sound of a piano being played by a free man, nothing more, nothing less. This was the first chance in almost 10 years where I was allowed to simply play and record an instrument. No songwriters, no lyrics to learn, no overdubs, no slow fixes, no remixes, no video shoots, and no interview practice. Just the sound of someone sitting in a room playing a piano for the sake of it. No one telling me what to play or how to play it. No master plans, no high concept visions, worldwide goals with rollout schedules. No style consultants or acting coaches. No more meetings with sponsors or computerized yelling. No more threats. No more threats. Just a huge black piano and a huge black car.
Even in this column in The Guardian, a legit news publication, he's openly courting this ominous, backmasked second reading of his words. He's openly crafting the narrative. This article basically takes every conspiracy theory ever devised around the Andrew W.K. Steve Mike situation and rolls it all into one. He calls out every one of them as if they are all simultaneously true. In January of 2010, it was finally announced that Close Calls with Brick Walls would be released in the US, 4 years after its initial release in Korea and Japan. When discussing how he was finally able to solve the legal dispute preventing him from releasing music stateside, WK explained that he had come to an agreement with the vague, unknown entities blocking him from using his persona and name in the US. In one particular interview on Rock Sound TV from the time, he explained that he and his management team had figured out a way to get around the legal roadblocks preventing him from releasing Andrew W.K. music in the US. They created a record label, Skyscraper Music Maker, and headquartered it in London. In this way, they were able to get free of the legal stipulations keeping them from releasing music in the United States. However, and we'll just quote the interview here because the structure of this reveal cannot be paraphrased.
However, after I put out 55 Cadillac, it was seen that I'd released this record and gone to great lengths to set up this record label in London so that the album could be imported to every other country. It didn't exactly work as, I don't want to say hoped, but maybe as we thought it would initially. Nevertheless, we then renegotiated and now we can do it. It's a great thing. We've got to change the name of the label, but it's a very exciting thing for me to be able to release not only Close Calls with Brick Walls, but this entire other album of material that I never thought would get heard.
What have you changed the name of the label to?
Skyscraper Music Maker is the name of the label that released 55 Cadillac, so that's the name. What happened was, and it all comes down to credit, when we released 55 Cadillac, certain people weren't credited because they weren't involved with the recording. As I said, that was the first album I made completely on my own. It'd been in my mind for years to release a piano album. What ended up happening based on the contracts with various decisions we'd made over the years, the people who weren't getting credit had to be given credit. An easy way for them to get credit is for them to just have their name on the label. That way, whatever I put out, they automatically receive credit for. They saw this as a reasonable solution and dropped all the other complaints they had against me and my current manager for the 55 Cadillac release. That really simplified things. And I'm fine because my main concern is getting the music out.
After WK dodges the question about what they've changed the name of the record label to, after the subject gets completely changed, and after several other unrelated interview questions, at the bottom of the article, in the footnote of the piece, it says,
the album Close Calls with Brick Walls / Mother of Mankind is out February 22nd on Steve Mike Records.
So this is a random interview with some publication or whatever, and it's so fascinating to me to read it. I mean, I don't know if you had a similar experience, because I don't know if you deep dived into this as much as I did, but with the level of research I was doing, with all of the things I was consuming and all the things I was reading and discovering, like I got to a point where I just like didn't know what to believe was real or not. And I don't just mean his persona. I mean like any of this stuff. Like, was this interview fake? Was it just something he wrote? And like there's so many things where I'm just like, I got so deep into the rabbit hole. I just like, what if this is real at all? Like there's even like, I'm not even sure I fully believe that Jack Creer is his dad, because I've read in other places that like his name isn't even Wilkes Creer. It's just Federally. Like it's mentioned as his middle name on Wikipedia and other sources, but then in other sources, it insinuates that that's his last name. And so I got so deep down into the rabbit hole of this, I was coming up with theories of like thinking like maybe like, because like Jack Creer is like a real person. He has a Wikipedia page and he's known, and he has this like employee page on the University of Michigan or whatever. But like maybe like they paid him to like pretend like he's his dad, and like every year they just give him a paycheck to just continue accepting that as a thing. And like, because it's so, the line of like what is a real thing versus what is like like him like performing within the framework of a real thing versus like things that he personally staged and created and forged is just so blurry. Like the what's in my bag amoeba thing is a real thing that he was like performing within. But then there are other things where I'm like, because like, you know, the Andrew W.K. and Steve Mike information page is not real. He wrote it. It's almost, I don't know whether I would be more impressed if it was an actual fan who wrote it, or that I'm more impressed that he wrote it, because it's genuinely this gargantuan document that would take hours upon hours to read. And it's presented as this fan site, but he made it. He wrote the whole thing. It's all fake. And this here, I question whether it's real or not, because it seems crafted to lead to this subtle reveal at the end. It's not even a thing that Andrew W.K. says. It's literally in the footnote. It's like the byline. It's like, here's the interview. Such and such is a writer for Rock Nation TV. You can follow him on Twitter here. Close Calls with Brick Walls will be released on Steve Mike Records in February. And it all seems like this carefully crafted and constructive art piece that builds to this almost like a punchline of like, after all these years, the name of my record label is Steve Mike now, motherfuckers. Like it's crazy to me.
Well, it's really, I mean, it's not the name of my record label is Steve Mike. It's that I lost.
Yeah.
I lost, and the corporate overlords win in the end.
Yeah. And we've just named the record label after them so that they are implicitly credited on all of my albums by default.
Which I would be curious to talk to a lawyer, because that doesn't seem real at all.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't seem real at all.
I mean, I love that it's so nihilistic. I love that it's super fucking bleak. And I kind of honestly, like, I kind of don't even give a shit if it's real or fake. Like I feel like this, honestly, I feel like this a lot. And I specifically feel like this a lot because the book that I'm working on right now has taken me 2 years and has a weird kayfabe element to it. And
is that why you're wearing a wig right now?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And why I've gained 400 pounds in muscle mass.
Yeah, and you're just speaking with a thick, Arizona accent.
Yeah. No, but I kind of just love the fact that he's sure there's an audience.
What is an Arizona accent? Because in New Mexico, like it's just Texan. Like if you have a real New Mexico accent, you just sound like you're from Texas.
The Arizona accent is like 50% California, 50% generic the South.
Yeah.
So it's like I'll go over there instead of I'll go over there.
Yeah.
Like when I moved to LA, I worked very hard to ditch my Arizona accent. Most people probably don't even hear that I have one, but I hear it. So I've purposefully sharpened the I sounds that I say. I have
the opposite. I don't think I have an accent, but people constantly tell me that I sound like I'm from the South. Like they tell me I have like a hillbilly or like a redneck drawl.
Well, I haven't noticed that. So, but I the book I'm working on right now it's this weird, it's been a very long process, and it's a big sweeping epic that, 7 people are going to read because it's fucking comics, and also because it's half comics and half prose. And I've been feeling this kind of like weird, like, am I just trapped in a prison of my own making, and this book is never going to come out, and even when it does, no one's ever going to read it, and I've just like destroyed my hand and spent years building this crystal cathedral in my mind that literally no one will glance at. And that's kind of how this is with Andrew W.K, where it is a performance art piece about the nature of commoditization and the role that artists play in our society, and how artistic personas can be both limiting and freeing, and the evils of overarching greed and capitalism and how they stifle creativity. But it's also kind of, it's a fan film. Like, he's making a fucking like slash fiction of himself, really honestly for himself, which is kind of fascinating to me and something that I unfortunately relate to. But it's so cool and sad and great and terrible that it is both real and completely made up at the same time.
Yeah.
End of rant.
Yeah. Well, I think you gravitate towards these kind of like postmodern pastiches or parodies or satirizations, like you said, almost to be freed of your own responsibility to be authentic. You get to just take that off and do whatever you want without repercussions. That's essentially what it is. Like, I mean, obviously it's repercussions. If you murdered somebody, you're still going to go to jail. But once you embody that character, you can say and do things that you can then take off and just be like, that was a character. So I absolve myself from those things I said and those actions. But then, it could become a prison where you, like, obviously, like, he's been doing this for 20 years. This is just his life now. And whether or not that is because he's weirdly contractually obligated to do it, or if it's just like he just wants to see it through, he's obviously trapped in this.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about it.
And no matter what level of conceptual genius you are, and no matter how prescient and important your vision is, you're going to get tired of playing a character after 20 years, probably long before the 20-year mark.
Unless you're Kelsey Grammer, and then he's just like, more Frasier, sign me up.
Yes. But yeah, it just reminds me of, I think I've told you this a couple times, that like there was always just like these times where when I would start a new class in school, where I would always be like, I want to like just start the class and just have a British accent and see if I can just keep it up through the whole class. And then I'd always just forget to do it. And I never did it. That was like literally a thing I always wanted to do. And I just never did it. And there was also this one time where my drama class had gone to this drama festival at a different high school in town. And me and my friend, who just kind of like, I mean, we were in drama. We obviously were there by choice. It was an elective and we liked doing the things, but we just didn't take this. We didn't care about this. We didn't take this seriously. So we decided that we were going to do the whole thing pretending like we were these like Eastern European exchange students from some made up Eastern European country. And I experienced a mini version of this where, and I can almost, in this synecdoche or this microcosm of this bigger thing, I can totally relate to the thought process of what Andrew W.K. must have gone through within this short, like the festival was like 8-hour or 6-hour thing where there was all these workshops and it all culminated into us all doing during the festival actually starting and us all doing our scenes that we had brought to this festival. And so we went to all these different workshops in these characters that were just like, hey, I'm from this Eastern European place called Schlitzvania. And
that sounds awful to be around you. That sounds like it would get old so fast.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that but that's not what happened, though. What happened was people genuinely believed us.
No, they didn't. They were humoring you.
No, they did. They genuinely believed us. And at a certain point, once you realize that people are actually believing you and it's not just going to get the thing you think is that you do it for a while and then like eventually you just laugh and just like, oh, I was just joking or whatever you would say. Eventually you're able to just drop it after it's like gone far enough. But at the moment that you realize that people are believing you and you get past the point of no return where you're just like, I have to either commit to this and continue committing to this, or I just have to at some point do the most awkward thing that I could possibly do and stop and tell people that this was a joke. You get locked into it. And then it becomes the prison of like, I have to keep improvising with these people, making up these fake details about the country that I lived in, that I was born in and grew up in, continue world building this fake character that I made. And if I don't, and if I fail and fuck up, this is going to be so awkward. Then it becomes stressful and you just feel like you're trapped. I think at a certain point that happened where I was like, oh God, like, there's like 40 more minutes left in this workshop where I have to keep pretending like I'm an Eastern European exchange student. And people were asking us questions about like what our country was like. And we had to just keep making up this shit. And it was genuinely just like stressful after a while.
Yeah. I can't imagine doing that for 20 years.
Yeah.
You know, regardless of if it is a self-imposed thing or a, you know, whatever. I mean, I think there's freedom in reinvention and there's freedom in difference and in new things and new experiences, and which is ironic because being a rock star, you get to travel the world and have all of these experiences that, you know, little Andy W.K, when he was a borderline incel, was probably lusting after. And then, you know, you get used to those experiences and you're like, I wish I could do those experiences as little Andy W.K, not Macho Man Blastoise.
Macho Man Blastoise. I love that so much. So if you can somehow believe it, it legitimately got weirder from here. In February of 2010, WK did another long-form speaking engagement. This one was in direct response to the original leaked speaking engagement he had done back in 2008 with the slick back hair. He came on stage at the Santos Party House in New York City, a popular nightclub that he used to co-own before it shut down, to take any and all questions from the audience. Okay, let's just cut right to the chase with this one because we've been teasing out the ambiguity of this whole thing throughout the episode. And at this point, I think everyone understands what's happening here. This entire Q&A is openly performance art. Andrew W.K. gets on stage and declares that he will answer any question from any audience member, but then spends the next hour and a half dodging every single question in increasingly more elaborate, ridiculous ways. At one point, he's asked if any Andrew W.K. music will ever be featured in a Rock Band or Guitar Hero game, and he answers by going into detail about the sexual chemistry between Vince Vaughn and Kristen Bell in the movie Couples Retreat. And that there's no more context to that. That's not a thing that if you watched it, it would make sense. That is just what he does. He's asked that question, and then his response was, well, I was watching this movie the other day called Couples Retreat, and then he just launches into that. Every time he's asked a real question about Steve Mike, he gets visibly nervous, stumbles over his words, takes long pauses and comically protracted drinks from his water, and sometimes just runs off stage and goes to the bathroom. He keeps reading off papers in front of him in a robotic voice as if he's reciting approved messaging from a board of trustees. This is his masterstroke, the culmination of a decade of creating this character that perfectly encapsulates the manufactured and mass-produced persona of a modern celebrity. Here are, and like I said, this is an hour and a half long. If you want to watch it, I mean, I watched the whole thing. I would highly recommend, if you are interested in this weird fucking story, that you watch this. I'll add it into the show notes. But here are a few notable moments from the Q&A.
For me, it became something rather stressful, only because I'm the person that's on stage, looks to the right, off stage like somebody is looking at him. Only because I'm the person that's been in the light. Only because I'm the person that's been given the voice. But that's something I agreed to, I signed up for a long time ago. And I'm prepared to handle the responsibilities, the ramifications of this position. Everybody here must have had parents. So you're here. You're the product of some kind of life force, and I am as well. I guess the difference potentially between you and I is that the people that were involved in making me exist in a physical form were also involved in making me exist in a philosophical or literal form, in every form other than physical. The point is, I made a promise to people that are very close to me, to close family members, to members of my business team, to close friends that became members of my business team. The point is, I made promises. I'm sure everybody here has made promises to someone in their life, whether they're a close friend or a boyfriend or a girlfriend or a family member. You made a promise. I made promises in 1999 when I signed up for this. I'm going to hold to those promises. For better or for worse, I've held to them. For better or for worse.
And he says this in this quote, but he has said this so many times over so many different interviews where he's addressed this stuff. He uses the same phrasing, and I didn't have any examples of it in here, but it's happened so many times to the point where it just sticks out as clearly it's clearly purposeful doublespeak for something. But he always says, whenever he talks about this vague idea of like promises he's kept and the reasons why he can't tell certain details, he always says that he made promises to business partners and close family members. He always says that. He always says that he works with business partners, friends, and close family members. He makes sure to specifically say that. So every time he ever talks about this, he makes a statement that insinuates that somebody from his family is like actually involved in the business dealings of Andrew W.K. And the thing about that is that one of the conspiracy theories is that his dad is Steve Mike, and that his dad created Andrew W.K. and selected him to like embody him, and that he has this secret like mission of telling this bizarre story about, you know, the excess of being a rock star or whatever, and that he owns the record label, Bulb Records, that some of Andrew W.K.'s early like avant-garde and noise music was on, that he secretly owns that, to the point where there's actually like literally, I stumbled across this on accident. I didn't even find this in any source of research. I wanted to look up and see if Bulb Records was a real record label, because once again, as I was talking about before, I was in this headspace of like, I feel like none of this is actually real, and it's all just part of the augmented reality thing. So I wanted to even find out if Bulb Records was a real place, and not just a fake website that Andrew W.K. made. And so I found their Wikipedia page, and there's actually an entry in it on their official Wikipedia page where it's like, Jack Creer does not own this company. Like, this is a thing that's been said. It's not true. But that's one of the conspiracy theories. And he said this so many times that I feel like he's definitely referencing that. Like he's openly courting the possibility that his dad is Steve Mike. I'm not saying that's true. It's definitely not true. But what I'm saying is that he is, he's playing into it. He's playing into that specific thing and purposely vaguely insinuating that maybe his dad is part of the whole thing. And you know, just to give you a sense of like how he was kind of behaving during this whole Q&A, you know, beyond just like reading the words and kind of getting a sense of the strangeness of it. This is a little bit of that Q&A and just kind of like really showing the way that he was acting, his whole physicality, the whole performance art aspect of it.
Good evening. And thank you for joining me. Many of you in this room are my friends. Many of you in this room have spent time with me. Many of you have cheered for me or have worked with me or have supported me. I want to start by saying how grateful I am for your support and kindness.
Takes long pauses and just looks super nervous and super like he's just like really scared of what he's saying. Or
that's also a voice that he's doing though. That's not his real voice.
Yeah. But yeah, the whole thing is like that. It's all this weird performative thing where he's like acting like he's like really nervous and he's like keeps looking off stage like he's like somebody's watching him and, you know, policing what he's saying. And like, as I called out in this quote, there's like a moment where he says like, he says like, I'm the person that's on the stage, and he looks off stage. And I feel like he's insinuating that like, he's the one in this collective of people. He was the one that was chosen to be the one that performs on stage. Whereas the other body doubles are the ones that like do the speaking tours and go for interviews. Like I feel like he was playing into that a little bit of like, he's the performer one that gets on stage and sings. And then there's other ones that do other tasks as Andrew W.K. The whole time as he's doing this, he keeps reading off of like, or I mean, he's not actually, he's just pretending like he is, but he keeps reading off of papers on a little music stand as if he's reading from a prepared statement. And there's even a moment where one of the audience like asks him a question, and then he answers him reading off of the paper on the music stand as if like somehow he had a prepared answer for this unanticipated question that a random audience member asked, insinuating that either somehow they had an answer for every possible question asked or that the audience member was a plant. And you know, that's basically it. That there's no definitive ending to this story. The Q&A really did seem to be the culmination of a decade of something, because after this, the looming specter of Steve Mike faded into the background. There have been no new advancements in the Steve Mike meta-narrative since the 2010 Q&A. Andrew W.K. continues to make music, continues to speak at events about the strength of willpower. He became the host of a live-action reality TV show on Cartoon Network called Destroy, Build, Destroy, where a team of kids blow up some random machine, have to figure out how to rebuild it, and then blow it up again. And he hosts his own talk show on Glenn Beck's The Blaze TV network. And yeah, I really wonder, these two things in particular, whenever he was on Destroy, Build, Destroy, and now that he has this show on The Blaze, I really wonder what level of those jobs being a part of the performance art is. I wonder where the line is between like doing those things as part of the performance art and just doing them because it's just like a job and he needs money. Like, did he take the hosting job on Destroy, Build, Destroy, which is this weird live action reality TV show competition series during this weird period in the like 2010 area where Cartoon Network just launched a programming block called CN Reel, which was just live action shows. And this was one of them. And I wonder what level of doing that was part of the performance art and what level of it was just like, oh, it's a job. I can make money from this.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that, a lot of his records have not sold since those first two. So go on a limb and say homie needs some money. That's the thing that I've been so surprised throughout all of this is just like, it appears that he has access to a vast amount of wealth, which off of 2 hit songs is very surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about that later when we kind of talk about like what we really think happened and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, there's a scenario in which he's just secretly super rich, like before becoming Andrew W.K. Like he was just a rich person who crafted this thing and just sunk his own money into this 20-year-long fucking performance art piece. But yeah, I mean, I asked that question because it reminds me of the whole thing, and I don't know if you know this, but the Yogi Bear movie that came out several years ago, I forget, maybe it was like 2008 or somewhere in that realm.
Yeah.
And in the movie, one of the park rangers is played by TJ Miller. And the whole thing about that was that the way he got that role was actually a joke, and he didn't actually mean to get the role. He did it as like this weird performance art stunt where he jokingly auditioned for the movie by renting a bear, like a real live bear, and shooting like a audition on tape where he's acting with a bear. But the joke is that he doesn't actually act because he's too scared of the bear the whole time. So he tries to read lines with the bear, but he's like, not even jokingly, but really in real life, terrified of being with this bear. So every time the bear makes a slight movement, he's like, oh, and he like runs off camera. And the whole joke of it is that he never actually reads any lines. He doesn't actually audition because he's just too terrified of the bear. And he actually got cast in the movie because of that. But the whole thing was a joke. He didn't want to audition. It was just like a weird performance art thing. But obviously he did the movie and got paid for it. And arguably it created a real career for him as a movie star, because he was in Cloverfield, but like you never see his face. So he was like weirdly like the star of a huge blockbuster movie, but like received none of the residual benefits from it because you didn't see him the whole time. And so, I just wonder where that line is with this of like what amount of it was like, I just did this as a weird joke, and what of it was like, oh, like I just need some money, and my agent found out that they were casting for this host and they feel like I would be a good fit for it because it fits my whole zany persona or whatever. But regardless of any of that, he seemed to lose interest in the elaborate meta examination of the duality of persona that was Andrew W.K. and Steve Mike. Either that or the shadowy group of anonymous artists that controlled Andrew W.K. did, or maybe Tom Cruise did, or maybe the Pope did, or maybe Satan did, or maybe it's still happening. Maybe Andrew W.K.'s current phase of getting buff, appearing in interview shows, barking about personal motivation like some kind of cult leader, Macho Man Randy Savage, and tweeting party tips on social media is the next phase in the examination. Apparently, we'll never really know the true nature of what Andrew W.K. was or who Steve Mike is. At least we won't ever know the true details. Regardless of the trappings, I think one thing is abundantly true beyond a reasonable amount of doubt. Andrew W.K. is a fictional character that was created to explore metatextual concepts about personal existence in a society obsessed with the cult of personality and how the shrewd commerce of business strips away individual identity. There's just no way he's not after all that crazy kayfabe bullshit that went on for 10 years. We just seemingly won't ever know who the mastermind behind the entire operation is. And I genuinely believe that. We'll talk about our theories of what we think the details are, but regardless of that, like, the reason I'm saying this is because I've read so much about this. I've just delved into the research, read article after article, documents, interviews, all these things. And I've heard people say so many different things. I've heard people say like, oh, like it was like a hoax, or he like, there's like people talking about how like he might be schizophrenic and like unwell, and these are just like multiple personalities, and people speculating that maybe it's a joke and maybe it's a performance art thing. But I never saw anybody say what is obvious to me in my research, that 100% this is a fictional character. There's no doubt about it, regardless of the details of whether or not Steve Mike is a real person or a real collective of artists, or if it's just Andrew W.K.'s alter ego that he's created. Regardless of any of that, no matter what, he is a fictional character. This whole thing is a crafted performance art piece. So what's so interesting and so mysterious about Andrew W.K. is not necessarily whether he's real or fake, but the lines between where the character ends and the person playing the character begins. In 2012, W.K. appeared on the WTF podcast with Marc Maron, a sit-down interview show that usually centers around Maron cracking through a celebrity's exterior and getting them to be open, vulnerable, and honest about their personal lives. Listening to this episode is fascinating because there are moments when WK is clearly speaking about real personal things from the human being playing Andrew WK's life. He speaks eloquently about music he grew up loving, books he's read, people he knew as a kid, things you couldn't possibly make up unless WK is so devoted to this character that he became an expert on several subjects just so he could pretend to be interested in them for the benefit of interviews. But then these things are told alongside other things we know are elaborate lies incorporated into the mythology of Andrew W.K. And the fascinating thing is, despite the fact that Maron's whole show is about being open and vulnerable and honest, and despite the fact that W.K. is at least partially, at least part of the time, actively playing a fictional character, pretending to answer questions with answers that are part of the fictional mythology of a performance art character, the subject of Steve Mike or WK's authenticity never come up once. It's as if Maron has never heard about it, or WK's publicity team specifically asked him not to breach the subject. So what does it all mean? What was Andrew WK actually trying to say about persona and celebrity? Well, we have three potential conclusions there. First off is what WK himself has said about what he's trying to do with his influence.
Ever since I was a teenager, I had a fantasy, however naive it may have been, of partying with people who had nothing to do with me. The intimidating athletes, the cooler older guys, the popular and pretty girls, the computer or tech wizards. Even when they were mean or dismissive, it didn't make me hate them. It made me want to find a way to become friends with them. Maybe it was based on my insecurity, my need to be liked, or maybe just curiosity. But I had a dream that someday I could get all of these random people in a room together, having fun and laughing and dancing with me, and all of the superficial divisions of bad feelings would melt away, and we'd just party. That became the main concept of my life's work, the main reason I decided to devote my life to partying, with the hopes that someday I would look over at the next person and realize that they were both having the greatest time together despite having no rational reason of getting along at all.
However, we know that's complete bullshit that he tried to retcon into his own narrative. He didn't become about this whole bringing people together through partying thing until around 2010. Before that, his music, his performances, and his subliminal messaging seemed to be loaded with nihilistic, almost hostile malice towards humanity. Then there's a quote from one of WK's alleged high school friends that is recorded in the Andrew W.K. and Steve Mike information page that seeks to explain the reason behind why WK is doing what he's doing.
Andrew W.K. and about 3 other people have been planning all of this for a long, long time. I grew up with Andrew in the crazy marijuana smoking town Ann Arbor, Michigan, home of the Hash Bash, the White Panthers, and their world famous and now defunct $5 fine for smoking pot in public. I also knew Andrew when he was living in the smaller and creepier town called
Ypsilanti?
Ypsilanti?
Whatever it is, it's made up, so who cares?
Which I have heard about Andrew suffering from 2 blackouts, long before any of this nonsense was around. Also, when he played a show in my area, he collapsed after it ended. When I had asked him what had happened, he said that it was some kind of physical exertion. That was when I started learning more about Andrew. He had gone to this special high school for weird and messed up bad kids called Community High School.
Community High School. I think I said Century High School earlier.
Yeah. I didn't go there, but I first met Andrew during this time. We were both going to weekend acting classes, and I met him when we had to pair up and rehearse a scene. Anyway, I won't get into the irrelevant details, but the fact is, Andrew and a few other people have been planning all of this for a long time, from years and years even, before I Get Wet came out. None of it related to advertising or new albums or anything else. It's actually a lot more complicated than that, and it goes way beyond one particular time or idea. The other 3 people that he's always worked with are all adults, much older than him. By the way, Andrew's real age isn't 26 or 27. I don't know exactly how he met these other 3, but I think it was through his dad, somehow, as they were all involved in academics, probably the University of Michigan. One day in the acting class, the teacher had us all stand up and talk about what our dreams for the future were. Most of the kids said, to be a famous actor. One other girl said, to star on Broadway, and I said, to make movies. Andrew went last and stood up and said, very slowly, I want to craft my own non-existence. The teacher asked him what he meant by that, and he said, exactly what I said. The teacher was clearly annoyed, and the whole class rolled its eyes because Andrew was always saying weird stuff like that made no sense. I thought what he said sounded cool, so after class, while we were walking to our cars, I asked Andrew how he was going to craft his own non-existence. I don't remember what he said word for word, but essentially he said, first, I'm going to make myself undeniably exist as a recognizable and identifiable form, and then I'm going to spend the rest of my life working to eliminate it and prove that its existence was an impossible illusion all along. But because people have already seen it, they will experience the sensation equal to maximum pleasure. It was something like that. Obviously, some of what he said was different, but that's essentially what he told me. I remember it well because it made a huge impact on me, and I've thought about it a lot since. This was back in 1994, and after that acting class ended, I didn't see much of Andrew for the next 5 years, but in '99, I heard rumors that he had been working hard with those other 3 people on some sort of big plan to make music and build this whole huge thing. So I guess that's what all this is. And it seems to me like it's just going to keep going. Andrew did all the mainstream stuff with these other corporate people so that he would get popular and make people think that he's this simple-minded, nice guy party dude. Then, once it was established, he would go crazy and make himself not exist or something similar. We're in the middle of this, and that's why it seems so confusing. But if you look at it from the start and know about who Andrew really is, then it all makes perfect sense.
But we know that the Andrew W.K. and Steve Mike information page was most likely created and written by W.K. himself. This doesn't necessarily discount that as a possible explanation for the purpose behind Andrew W.K. In fact, this could very well be an honest confession hidden in plain sight that completely reveals the entire concept driving Andrew W.K. Or it could be more smoke and mirrors. So how about we settle on this? During that 2012 podcast interview with Mark Maron, W.K. talks about appearing on a speaking panel at an arts festival on the subject of esoteric thought. During that panel, he says that one of the professors said something profound that completely reshaped his entire thought process. He said that it not only applied to esoteric thought, but to life in general. The fact that you don't understand it is the point. Act 3. Is that you, Andrew W.K.? Is this me? Yeah, I just want to return to the idea that despite the big retcon that happened in 2010, where basically Andrew W.K. tried to pretend like he'd always been about this idea of like bringing people together through partying. But in reality, a lot of his early music had this very like sort of incel vibe to it. I just wanted to retouch on a couple topics of that. So we talked about this a little bit, but that, the song Girls Own Juice / Girls Own Love is basically all about, the whole song is about how women control men by owning their ability to orgasm. Which just, the whole thing just has this incel vibe of like, women just throw us around and they control us by, having this sexual control over us, and we just play into it every time and we're unable to escape this prison or whatever. Even the song She Is Beautiful, which like on its surface seems like this like wholesome anthem of just like appreciating the beauty of somebody. It's like, if you read the lyrics, it's like, it's about somebody like basically just stalking somebody. It's like,
but it's interesting though, because I think the way I would phrase what you're kind of shaping is that his early career is this very seemingly vapid, almost kind of like just marshmallow music, where like we like what we do and we do what we like. Let's party. It's just meaningless word salad of vaguely positive things. But there's kind of a snideness to it and an anger, like just right below the surface. And then the interesting thing is his stuff later, it kind of has the reverse problem, where his later stuff kind of feels like Christian music.
Yeah, it's just like it washes over you. It's like it's so unsubstantial, and it's just you feel like you're just getting hit over, not even hit over, because it doesn't even have that aggressive feeling to it. You feel like just the one note is just kind of like washing over you over and over again, and then you become, it's almost like, it's funny that you say Christian music, because it almost feels like music that you would use to like brainwash or indoctrinate somebody, because it's just like it's almost like it has like a hypnotic quality to it, where it's just like it's the same message over and over again being repeated in very similar ways with very similar musical style, and then eventually you just get desensitized to it, and then I could see how you could use that type of music to indoctrinate somebody into like a cult like situation.
Well, I think the reason I said Christian music is because like Christian rock has this very specific patina to it, where it kind of doesn't, rock and roll or any type of music that comes from your gut and is from lived experience of, blues or jazz or emo or hip hop or whatever it is, when it's something that you're feeling inside, that you're using an instrument to cathartically expel from yourself, it has this other quality that is kind of ephemeral and almost unquantifiable, but it's rooted in some sort of pain, right? It's got, it when you hear it, whether that's the low bass end of the human spectrum or whatever. And a lot of Christian music, it's the artifice of that, but with none of the anchoring weight.
Christian music is created to basically become a Trojan horse, emulating a certain musical style, so that you can kind of like hello fellow kids, a certain group of people. So it is more than any actual pop music, which is constantly being labeled as manufactured. Like Christian music is like the most pure cut manufactured piece of content that I think exists.
And you can feel it when you listen to it. It has a very, whether the content is actually saccharine, it's saccharine. Like it's just, there's everything is rounded edges. There's nothing out of place. Everything is metronomish in its execution in a negative way. It's just ticking the boxes. And now we've got the power chord. Now we've got the guy going, yeah. And now we've got the part where normally there would be, problematic lyrics or lyrics of the world, but we're going to change that to, I could love Jesus or whatever, and that's kind of how the later, like, music is worth living for. Music makes life worth living for, or whatever the fuck that song is. Like, that song feels like a fucking Christian rock song. Like, if I didn't know any better, I would say that he was making fun of rock songs. Like, it's so toothless and almost fascinatingly so.
Yeah, it's so strange. I'll talk about that when we get to that subject. But so, basically on this subject of this sort of like proto incel messaging. So there's a sequel follow-up story to a story that we told in the beginning of the episode. At one point in high school, Andrew W.K. wrote this creepy song for this crush he had, and she ended up hearing it, and as a result of it, she filed a juvenile restraining order against him that didn't lapse until he was 21 years old. So there was basically a follow-up story that he told. He wrote an article in The Guardian, basically like as a confessional about this thing. He had written a different article about the whole restraining order, and in this article, he told this follow-up story about something that happened years later. And I'll go ahead and read this, but this is basically like a sequel to that story of the restraining order and his high school crush. After my high school crush had taken out a juvenile restraining order on me, I followed the restrictions of my punishment and didn't try to call or see her. I released my frustration and pent-up urges in less romantic ways and got into vandalism and shoplifting. That ended up escalating into mail fraud, landing me in trouble with the police again. I had impersonated a local Michigan law firm and wrote a fake letter on behalf of the underground cartoonist Robert Crumb, posing as his lawyer. This all blew up in my face, and I managed to get out of it because I was only 18 years old. To cut a long story short, I decided it was time to get out of the area for a clean break. I moved to New York City and soon signed up to do Andrew W.K. Despite moving to a new area, I still couldn't stop thinking about the girl behind the song My Destiny. Part of me was just scared of getting in trouble again, but my infatuation was still very much alive. I had just pushed it deep inside me, and it was a matter of not letting it out. I got pretty good at controlling it, mainly by occupying myself entirely with Andrew W.K. But one night, I saw her again, and all my pent-up feelings were let loose. Here's how it happened. After we launched Andrew W.K., and once again, he's saying this, you would never phrase this thing like this. Like, he's purposely lacing in these phrasings of things that are insinuating that Andrew W.K. is a fictional character or it was created by a committee, because you would never say that. I mean, I know a lot of times celebrities will say we a lot because they want to incorporate their team, but you would never say when we launched Andrew W.K. When we launched
the premiere of Dave Baker as a human.
Yeah, you just wouldn't say that. My career immediately took off. It was an overnight sensation. I was on TV, on the radio, in magazines and newspapers, and touring around the world playing concerts. It was getting to the point where a lot of people I grew up with were seeing me around and shocked that the troubled kid from school was now some sort of rock star. I was pretty low-key about any of the celebrity or fame I was receiving, but I couldn't deny the excitement of all the attention. On our first big US tour, we played every major city. When we played in Cleveland, Ohio, I heard a rumor that the girl was coming to the show. Of course, my heart skipped a beat and a lump formed in my throat. I was terrified but also thrilled. I refused to believe she was actually going to show up. But I was aware that she had moved to Cleveland to go to art school, so it was possible. I just couldn't believe that she would want to see me after all I had put her through. I figured she hated my guts and would never want to see me again, so I put her out of my mind. We played our concert and had a great show. After, I was signing autographs for the audience in the parking lot behind the venue, when all of a sudden, there she was. It was probably the most scared I had ever felt in my life. I don't know how to explain the feeling. It was a mixture of total terror and absolute happiness. She made me almost sick with lust. I tried to avoid looking at her as best I could, but it was extremely hard to resist. The whole experience was overwhelming, and I excused myself from the rest of the fans and basically ran to my tour bus. After all, I still had the restraining order hanging over me. I wasn't quite 21 yet when this all happened. After trying to catch my breath and slow my racing heart, I heard a knock at the door. It was her. I couldn't believe this was happening. What do I do? I had a choice. I could either ignore her knocking, like she had ignored my knocking all those years earlier, and just let this miracle moment pass, or I could muster up my courage and answer the door. Maybe now, because I was doing well with Andrew W.K. and having success, she would give me the time of day. I gave myself a big mental pep talk and answered the door. "Hello," I said. I could barely talk. My mouth was so dry, and I was shaking with such force that the words were choppy. "Hello, Andrew," she said. I invited her into the bus and into the private back lounge where it would be just me and her and me. I felt dizzy. My eyes were blurry and my ears were kind of ringing. My heart was beating so hard that I felt like I was having a heart attack. Still, I kept telling myself, you can do this. You have to do this. This is what you wanted. This is your dream come true. We made our way into the back of the tour bus and I closed the door behind us. I was shaking, sweating, and felt like I was about to puke. I'm sure she could tell, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she sat down next to me on the bench seat and looked into my eyes. It's great to see you after all these years, she said. I want to apologize for getting you in so much trouble back in high school. I think that song you wrote is really sweet, but back then, I was younger. I was too freaked out to handle it or appreciate it. I couldn't believe that what she was saying. Here, she was apologizing to me. No, I said, it's me that wants to apologize to you. I am so embarrassed about that song and that I was so obsessed with you. I'm really sorry for being so stupid back then. It's okay, she said. We were both really young. Plus, you've obviously grown up a lot. You're doing really well now with your music, and I think it's really cool. What happened next was probably the most shocking, terrifying, and awful experiences I've ever had with a girl. All of a sudden, just when I felt like everything was going great, I felt my nervousness intensify to a sickening degree. The room started spinning and my heart started beating harder than ever. I really felt like I was gonna die. I couldn't catch my breath. The last thing I remember is that my head started to throb and my stomach started to hurt really bad. I couldn't see or hear anything. I blacked out. I woke up in a hotel bedroom with my tour manager and some of my band standing around. What the hell had happened? Why aren't I on the bus? Was it all a dream? Where is she? Turns out, I had experienced a severe anxiety attack and my body had shut down. If that wasn't bad enough, when I lost consciousness, I also accidentally went to the bathroom in my pants. All this happened right in front of her, and of course she freaked out like crazy. She ran out of the bus and got security from the venue to call an ambulance. She thought I had died and was really scared. The medic determined I was fine, just a little stressed out, and took me to our hotel and gave me some fluids to rehydrate me after all the diarrhea. I don't remember anything except blackness and then waking up in the hotel. I never got the girl's phone number or had any follow-up with her. I asked the venue security if they had seen her, and they told me she had left in a hurry. That was the last time I saw her and never saw her again since. I've obviously not told the story to many people except for my closest friends. Publishing this is a part of the emotional therapy program I've been doing. Letting out these painful and humiliating experiences is supposed to be healing, so I'm going with it. Looking back now, I feel like maybe me passing out at that perfect moment was the universe's way of punishing me for what I did do to the girl with my destiny in high school. It was the ultimate golden opportunity, and my body couldn't take advantage of it. I guess karma really is a bitch. So, really quick, before... Do you believe any of that? So, before we talk about that, I'm just going to quickly... So, he, in addition to posting this article, he shared the recording of My Destiny, and it was posted on this article. And so he shared the recording that he had made in high school as part of his thesis, the thing that got the restraining order. And so this is the song that he recorded in high school.
Called up your number 14 times to see if you were home. Home is where I'll find you when I find you. Do you feel lonely when you're alone? A sheet to keep you warm. Electric blanket, an extra blanket. You are my destiny. I'll make you fall in love with me. I'll make myself your fantasy, weeping like the willow tree. Drove past your doorway 15 times. I don't want to cause you harm. That's what you're in for. If you don't open your door, so I'll keep knocking a million times. I will knock until my knuckles bleed. Bleed. My blood will leave a stain on you forever. Oh, you are my destiny. And I'll make you fall in love with me.
So I mean, aside from the fact that I actually kind of dig the song, it reminds me of a cross between like a Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds song and then like a Meatloaf song.
Yeah, I'd be lying if I said I didn't think that was really a fucking cool song.
Yeah, but
I mean, obviously, I don't condone stalking people, and the context with surrounding it, that piece of work is obviously not something I want to throw my hat in the ring behind. But
yeah,
that song fucking owned.
yeah. But the thing is, so number one, this is obviously not a recording that he made in high school.
Yeah, no shit.
Like this is just this is just a song that he recorded at the time, like back in 2010 or whatever the article was. It's like very obviously not him as a teenager. It's just him in current present day. And I find it bizarre that like nobody seemed to have picked up on that. Like I read a bunch of articles talking about it, like outside of the article that he wrote. There's write-ups about it and people linking to the song and things like that. And everybody presented it as a real thing. Everybody presented it as like, here's the song that he recorded in high school. But it's not. It's just blatantly fake. And the story about the girl showing up at his concert and going in the tour bus, none of that is true. It's like an incel folk tale.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
it's just like,
even to the point where don't incels, they shit themselves.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, don't, like, you know, the girl who rejects you in high school because you know, you're not desirable, you're not a Chad. Like one day you'll become famous and successful, and then she'll come crawling back to you, and you'll see, you know, she'll look up at you in the piss and the filth, and she'll say, "Date me," and you'll look down and you'll whisper, "No." It's literal incel porn. It's just like it's just like a power fantasy of a rejected guy becoming successful, and the girl who rejected him like crawling back. Like that's what the story is.
Yeah.
To what ends like was the reason why Andrew W.K. decided to fabricate this story and post it as an article and record this song? I have no idea. I don't know what the intention behind this is, but that story is definitely not true. I even question the original story. Like, I don't even know if the original thing is true of him getting a restraining order filed against him by his teenage crush. I don't even know if that part's true, but this is definitely not true. And yeah, I have no, I don't know why. Like, I don't know what the intentions of,
because this detail doesn't really fit with the rest of his
it's like this weird side thing that doesn't fit in with everything else.
Yeah It's interesting. There's something about his fascination with like sincerity and authenticity filtered through the lens of someone who is obviously not being authentic and sincere. You know, it's a weird parabolic curve that is very fascinating to me, especially how many people don't. I guess that's probably because most people aren't even necessarily aware of his later work. They're just aware of, oh yeah, he's the guy who wears all white that likes to party, you know? But even that was never a genuine thing, you know? So it's very interesting. It's fascinating.
I just want to quickly name off some of the like conspiracy theories that kind of got left on the cutting room floor of just like not really making it into the episode in any kind of detail. Just to throw them out there because there's so much information and so many details of this story. So one of them is the conspiracy theory that Dave Grohl is Andrew W.K, which makes no sense because he does not look like him at all. Like it would like
Wait, like the conspiracy, that version of the conspiracy is not Dave Grohl writes all the music and came up with the idea and then hired an actor. It's that the person Dave Grohl is literally, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. He's obviously A, not the same person, and B, Dave Grohl's like 20 years older.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't. Yeah, that one's weird. Dave Grohl is Steve Mike. We talked about that one.
yeah, I mean, I would believe that Dave Grohl is somehow involved in this just from a musical standpoint. Like, I would believe that.
Yeah, I mean, part of this story that is at least fairly true, like fairly confirmed as true, is that he really sort of did have Dave Grohl like sort of taking him under his wing in the early stages of like crafting
Hey,
him
Mr. Island Records, look at this guy, Andrew W.K.
Yeah. Dave Grohl is part of a group of anonymous artists who called themselves Steve Mike and created Andrew W.K. We talked about that one. Andrew W.K. is Tom Cruise and was created by the Church of Scientology. Andrew W.K. is part of the Illuminati.
Not necessarily untrue. I mean, you know.
Andrew W.K. was created by the Church of Satan.
I hope so.
Me too. I do hope so. Steve Mike is songwriter Diane Warren. That's just one random one because there's been pictures of them together or something. Steve Mike is Andrew W.K.'s father, James Creer. And there's another weird little thing that I just wanted to mention because it's just so strange. But there were these images found in the code on Andrew W.K.'s website or one of his websites. There's a bunch of different images that were found in the code, like images that weren't actually published on the site, but were sitting in the HTML. And they were these weird photo collages, like depicting Mountain Dew and Sierra Mist, like these just kind of photo collages with these designs and like depictions of the cans of the soda on them. And there's this whole theory on the Andrew W.K. and Steve Mike information page that's talking about how in these photo collages, like they'll show like Andrew W.K. like holding the cans, and like in all these photo collages, they'll show like the white Andrew W.K. like wearing his white clothes, like holding the can of Sierra Mist. And then there's another version of Andrew W.K. wearing black, and he's holding the Mountain Dew. And then like in some of the photo collages, there's like little pictures of Alfred E. Newman, like his face, the Mad Magazine guy. And so the theory is that the metaphor is that there's like the white version of Andrew W.K. and the black version of Andrew W.K. and they're holding Sierra Mist and Mountain Dew cans, and Sierra Mist and Mountain Dew are these two citrus flavored sodas that are owned by different companies. One of them is owned by Pepsi and the other one's owned by Coca-Cola. And they're comparing it to the fact that Spy versus Spy is a comic in Mad Magazine where you have the two characters that are black and white, and they are owned by Alfred E. Newman. Mad Magazine owns those characters, and that Andrew W.K., the black and white versions, are like the Spy versus Spy characters, insinuating that Steve Mike and Andrew W.K. are two different people, whether they're one and the same or whether they're actually two different people, but they are secretly owned by a bigger entity, some other shadowy entity. And that had no context or reason to be in the actual episode, but I just wanted to mention that because it's so fucking strange.
Yeah.
There's no like punchline to that. It's just a weird fucking thing.
The explanation that Andrew W.K. totally didn't write about this for the Andrew W.K. versus Steve Mike information page, does he literally, because that's not true. Like, Alfred E. Newman isn't a real person. He's a mascot for Mad Magazine, which was owned by EC and then later sold to DC Comics. So like, I'm just trying to get like, does Andrew W.K. not know that, or is that purposefully incorrect?
I have no idea. No clue. So what do you think the details are? What do you think like the reality of the situation is?
I think that there is a guy named Andrew something who was a really lonely kid and got some stuff out through music, and then got involved in a situation where he either out of self-defense or on a lark created a persona, and that over time has snowballed and snowballed and snowballed and is now a labyrinth that he's lost inside of.
Yeah. My mind has like turned over several times just trying to like get back to some frame of reference where I can try to like codify or canonize like what I think the totality of the situation is. And every time I try to do that, I realize that there's like another layer deeper that I need to circumnavigate. And then I get there and I'm like, no, there's another layer deeper that I need to circumnavigate. And I can never quite get to square one to really like organize my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, I kind of don't really care if it was a group of people that made him or if he came up with it himself. I kind of don't really care. All that matters to me is that it's a persona, which is really cool and funny and has positives and negatives too, for me. Like, I know some people would probably be really upset about that. They would feel kind of like when Drake's Ghostwriter situation came out, where they were like, what? Andrew W.K. isn't a real artist? Well, just because he has a persona doesn't mean he's not a real artist. Like,
and he said that too, which I find maybe kind of profound. But he said in certain interviews where he's since he became the Macho Man Randy Savage, Andrew W.K., he has responded to these talking points in interviews, and he's basically said like, what does it matter? Like, what importance is it to you if I'm real or not? That whether I'm real or not doesn't change anything about what I do. It doesn't change anything about how entertained you can be by my music. And he said in that Larry King interview that he compares it to Santa Claus, where like you believe in Santa Claus at a certain point, but even after you find out that Santa Claus isn't real, it doesn't change the feeling that he gives you, because you wake up on Christmas, you have these presents, you're with your family. Like, Santa Claus as a entity does not really actually factor into that situation. He just kind of facilitates it conceptually. So what does it matter whether he's real or not? Yeah, I don't really care either whether it's like a team or he created it, but just thinking about it and thinking about which one it would be, I'd like to just think that he was just this weird dude that created this whole thing. But the one thing that is kind of a sticking point to me is like, considering how out of nowhere and sudden and big his like media push was, that he was just this random nothing person who just got this huge push of like, you're getting a music video and we're going to, make you somebody. I can't imagine a person accomplishing that on their own, like without some very powerful people orchestrating it and kind of coming into the record label and being like, this is our thing. This is our project. We want to do this. Like, I just can't imagine one singular guy pitching, one singular guy with no prior experience, no prior frame of reference for anything, pitching a record company on this.
It's also kind of interesting that the meteoric rise, I mean, I guess it happens all the time, right? Of people kind of blow the fuck up with one-hit wonders and then just don't have anything else. But it's kind of interesting that he both simultaneously is next to a one-hit wonder and also has kind of stayed around for a long time doing weird random shit, you know? It's kind of a no man's land, which is interesting. You know, and then he put out a record of fucking Gundam music covers.
Oh yeah. He did because for a while he was like releasing music exclusively in Japan, and I wouldn't say that I wouldn't necessarily go as far as to say that like he has some specific popularity in Japan, kind of like some celebrities, like Jerry
Hasselhoff is huge in Germany.
Yeah, Jerry Lewis is like really popular with the French for some reason. Stuff like that. Like I wouldn't go as far as to say that, but I think that there have been certain points in his career where like he was still somewhat relevant in Japan when he wasn't at all here. So he recorded 2 albums. One was called Gundam Rock, and the other one is called The Japan Covers. And they were kind of like a double album, or like sister pieces. And one of them was an album of covers of music from the Mobile Suit Gundam anime, just like the random like 1980s pop songs that played throughout that show. And then the other one was just a bunch of covers of contemporary J-pop songs. And he released them in Japan as this like thank you love letter to them for being so kind to him throughout the years.
Thank you for paying my rent.
Yeah. And they're pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I just love that he did it. That's the thing that's so strange. And it also feels kind of weird to me that, I mean, there may have been a cabal behind it at one point, and as we covered, like there was so much infighting if the infighting was real. I mean, he was fighting with somebody because something was going on.
Yeah.
Because
you wouldn't spend the money recording an entire album and then exclusively release it in Japan as part of a performance art project. Like that's way too high stakes. Like limiting the commercial release of your album to one country that isn't even the main music market as part of a joke.
I saw a couple interviews where he was asked about that, and one of them he was kind of like, yeah, I just really like releasing things at different times in different places just to kind of like see how it goes, you know, just kind of get like feedback to really like see how the art is received. And I was like, no, you don't. There's no way this is true.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah. There's no way that was just like part of the joke. There had to be like a real actual legal situation going on that caused that. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he really was that committed to it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, what do you? I'm more curious about your thoughts about these things because I've just been like living in this, so I don't even like. I feel like I just like don't even know. I have no North Star anymore. But you know what are your general thoughts on like what he's has said with this about like the concepts of persona and like celebrity?
I mean, come on, man. You know me. You know I love this. I think this is great. I think it's so interesting. I wish that it was a little cleaner because it's obvious that certain things were taken away from him. Certain things were not necessarily his plan, and then he incorporated them into the plan, and that's kind of fun. But it would be much cooler if he got the space to be whatever the performance art thing that he wanted to do was. Yeah. You know?
Yeah, the thing I really like about it, you know, with the whole shifting personas and the fact that you can like watch an interview with him and then watch another one where he's like a different person, like physically, personality wise, is it reminds me of something that I've thought about a lot. Specifically, I thought about this a lot a couple years ago or so, about Donald Glover and how fascinating and enigmatic it is to have followed his career trajectory from the very beginning and seen all these different transformations of him as a person. I was long, like before Community existed, even before he was a writer on 30 Rock and, you know, wrote the Werewolf Bar Mitzvah song and all that stuff. Back since high school, I was a huge fan of Derek Comedy, which, you know, was his sketch group that he was in. And, you know, they were just a YouTube sketch group that was back in the day, back in the, you know, the mid 2000s, whenever YouTube sketch comedy was a thing. There was all these sketch groups and they just put out, you know, videos on YouTube. They didn't have to be 10 minutes long. A lot of them were 50 seconds long. They didn't have to have some viral shareable concept. You just followed the channel because you liked the sketch comedy group and you watched whatever videos they put out. And Derek Comedy was one of the big ones. And I was a fan of them since back then, whenever I was in high school, all the videos that they put out. And then whenever they made Mystery Team, which was the movie that they made. And yeah, I mean, it's good. It's a good movie.
Yeah. Do we really have to talk about the fact that I love a movie about would-be boy detectives? Like, come on. I love that movie.
Yeah, but I mean, I watched the movie. I listened to the audio commentary with them, which ostensibly, you know, what more authentic can you get than listening to somebody talking on an audio commentary? Unless you're Andrew W.K, in which case it would be a part of the fucking kayfabe. But usually, you're talking on an audio commentary, you're just kind of being yourself. And then I saw him. I thought it was crazy that he ended up getting hired to write on 30 Rock. That seemed so crazy to me because from my perspective, you know, those guys in that sketch comedy group on YouTube were kind of just one slight step above me. Like, it was like, they're still just like regular guys. Like, I could do that if I just need to get my shit together and do that. I just need to like find some other guys that want to make sketch comedy and start a YouTube channel, and I could just be Derek Comedy. So for him to get a real job was kind of mind blowing. And then it was even more surreal whenever he became Troy on Community. Of just like, oh, he's just a fucking real actor now. This is insane. Like, I've literally been watching this guy since I was in high school, and he was just a guy making videos on the internet. And then he had his stand-up special. And once again, stand-up comedy is supposed to be, you know, more or less kind of you presenting your authentic self, exaggerating things in certain ways, but ultimately, you know, it's a more vulnerable and open art form than a lot of other types of art. And, you know, Donald Glover was always one way. He had this very specific personality. He was this very nerdy, kind of upbeat,
hey guys.
Yeah, very enthusiastic and goofy guy, who you know, just a very nakedly enthusiastic person. And even Childish Gambino in the beginning started out as this like joke project where it was just a bunch of songs that he recorded where he was kind of like parodying Lil Wayne, and it was this ironic joke type thing. And then whenever he put out Camp, the first real Childish Gambino album, even though it was more serious and it kind of went away from that like Lil Wayne parody, it still, I mean, he had lines like only black kid at a Sufjan concert and like references to like Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon. Like it was a very nerdy album. But in the last several years since like him releasing Awaken My Love, well, I mean, he Because the Internet, I think was the beginning of it when he came out with Because the Internet, second album, and then the third album, and then doing Atlanta. From that point on, there was this like polar shift in just him as a person. Like he just, not in the same way as Andrew W.K, like from a physical perspective, like he still looks the same, but personality wise, he's just a different person now. Like he's just not that same guy. And it's crazy to, you know, you could chalk it up to like, oh yeah, like, you know, the person you present yourself in like sketch comedy videos, or when you're doing an interview about your sketch comedy videos, like, you know, you could argue like, yeah, that's just putting on a character or whatever. But like I literally listened to the DVD commentary for the movie where they're just hanging out and talking to each other. And that versus the interviews that he does now, it's just, it's night and day. It's like he went from this like goofy, enthusiastic like guy to this like very stoic, very kind of like nebulous aloof and kind of disaffected person who seems like he's always like working out some secret of the universe, and he can't be there with you because he's too busy solving like one of life's great mysteries in his mind. And it's very fascinating to watch after having seen that whole evolution. And it made me think a lot about like the line between like authenticity and like the persona of being a celebrity, and like, what the true nature of that is. Like, was the old Donald Glover the real Donald Glover? Is the new Donald Glover the real Donald Glover? And that old one was just sort of like a mask that he wore because he felt like he needed to act a certain way to fit in with certain circles. Like, sketch comedy and the theater community is like a predominantly white community, and he had to like act a certain way to fit in with that. But then once he was able to not have to care about that anymore, and he was able to sort of like live in his own crafted circle that was piecemeal built from his own desires, then he could like relax into his true self. I don't know I have no idea what the answer to that is, but I definitely thought about it a lot, and this just reminds me of that a lot.
Yeah, I think that there is something to be said too for when you kind of climb the ladder of celebrity and global culture in the way that Donald Glover has. I mean, homie's in a fucking Star Wars movie. Like, that's crazy. Whether you like the movie or not, like, it made like $400 million. Whether you want to call it a failure, that shit made $400 million and was seen all over the world. And if he is this kind of, jubilant, very coquettish or, very excited, upbeat person inside, the fact that now the camera has been trained on him for almost a solid decade, and it's commodified his physical being. And so now whenever he walks into any room, anywhere, everybody sees him as a commodity. That's going to take your sense of humor away. You know what I mean? Like you're going to, out of sheer self-defense, you're going to need to put up those walls so that you're not taken advantage of by everyone all the time. And I don't know that, I'm not saying that I know this about him. I'm just saying, like, logically, I could see why you would get more insular and more interior as you kind of ascend through the ranks of society or whatever. Yeah.
And yeah, I just feel like Andrew W.K. just, whatever the real details of everything, it's really interesting to see him play with that throughout literally 20 years.
Yeah.
10 if you're being conservative with like where the real kayfabe stuff was happening.
I mean, and my favorite part of it is the dead ends that failed when he tried to reinvent himself as pedophile nerdy Andrew W.K. Like, I love that he did it twice and then was just like, fuck it, never mind.
Yeah, rewrite that storyline.
Yeah. Fuck it, back to the white.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's a living. He's just House of Leaves as a person.
Yeah.
That's really that's the like if you go and you carve out a day and you read the Andrew W.K. and Steve Mike information page, like it gives like House of Leaves vibes, like really hard. Even down to the specific detail of like all of these missives like are littered with like typos and poor grammar and bad sentence structure, and like you don't know whether that's just actually Andrew W.K.'s writing ability or if it's on purpose. And in the same way that in House of Leaves, like there are certain parts where he purposely writes in a way like a person who doesn't have a full grasp of like spelling and grammar.
Yeah.
And then you think, oh yeah, like this, the author, the writer of this book, he's misspelled all these things and his sentence structure is kind of like a little wonky. But then other passages are just written very pristine and perfect. And you're like, oh no, like he's doing that on purpose. It's part of it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I love the House of Leaves comparison, but when I went to a signing for Mark Danielewski like 6 months ago or something. And I was talking to him. I asked him a couple questions. I don't remember what we talked about specifically. Oh no, I remember. I said something about writing or something, and then he was like, "Oh, are you a writer?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I have a book coming out from Simon and Schuster next year." And I don't remember if it was Pantheon or whatever the company that publishes House of Leaves, whatever the publishing company is. He was just like, "Oh, well, why aren't you published with so and so?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know, because Simon and Schuster is the one that gave me the fucking deal. Like, you want to introduce me to some editors, bro? Come on, man. What the fuck? Why are you? I feel like I'm the only other person in this room that has a major publishing deal, and you're shitting on me for it not being the same company as you." I mean, I
didn't just like take a menu out and go like, I want that one. Like,
yeah, no shit. Like, maybe if I had a manuscript like House of Leaves and it's a once in a generation book, I would have all of the motherfucking New York top 5 publishers courting me, but I don't. So I'm just going to go with Simon and fucking Schuster, one of the oldest and largest publishers in North America. It's fine. But whatever. I'm sure he just was trying to joke, and then I was kind of like, what? Do you know how hard it is to get published?
And then you said, fuck you, and you slugged him.
Yeah, exactly.
And now he has a restraining order against you.
But he was signing the book. He signed my book, which, I mean, it's like my favorite novel of all time. So I'm super excited about meeting him and getting the book signed. And the book opens with a line. It's one line on a piece of paper that says, "This book is not for you." And that's the only line on that page. And then you turn it and it says House of Leaves, and you turn it and then the book starts. And so he signed it on that inset page where it says, "This book is not for you." And he wrote, "Dave, this book is for you." And I was like, kayfabe, baby. I love this. Because I do shit like that with my books, where I write things that are specific to the books in the various books when people pick them up. And I had this little interaction with him, whatever, talking about whatever. And somehow we got talking about how
I always sign all of my books to Dave. Choochie Woochie stands outside of your house and watches you sleep at night. Best, Andrew.
and so we're whatever, we have this brief talk or whatever, and somehow it comes up that I don't know, people either the person behind me or me, I don't remember how it came up, but somehow it comes up that people don't always finish the book. They get trapped. They get tired by the book, or it's a very Byzantine, maze-like structure, and they don't.
You magnificent son of a bitch! I didn't quite finish reading your book.
Yeah, and so basically, he then was talking about it, and he was kind of like, "Oh man, I always feel really bad when people say that to me, because I know that they're just trapped in the house, and if they just keep going, they'll find their way out of the house. But it's when you give up that you have all these problems." And that's kind of what it feels like with Andrew W.K., where he is both simultaneously given up, because he's not really making any sort of grander statements anymore. He's just macho man.
No chess move has been made since 2010.
Yeah, like,
and also and like, who would continue funding a 20-year-long performance art piece?
But I'm not even necessarily saying it in that way. Like, you can do stuff that still contributes to it without it, because he still is in the persona. He still is not who the person that he is inside. He's still doing a role, but he's just choosing to not do anything particularly. I mean, I was going to say particularly important. That's not fair. I'm trying to spread positivity and joy throughout the world is a good thing to spend your days doing. Trying to save people from depression and whatever their ill feelings are is a positive way of doing it. It's about a positive way of living. And that's what he's basically done. He's just like, I'm going to just try and be positive all the time. But also at a certain point, like, you're okay, but does it mean anything if you're just continually saying blanket Hallmark card positive statements? Does that really further the human condition in any meaningful way? I don't know. And I think that's what is interesting to me, is that he's simultaneously trapped inside the House of Leaves and still stuck in the persona of Andrew W.K. and also doesn't think he needs to do it anymore and doesn't really give a shit. And maybe it's just his job now. Maybe he just is just like, all right, I'll work out and keep the muscle and then wear these fucking giant wraparound sunshades and sunglasses.
Well, it's the Kevin McClory thing of just like, that's the piece of the pie that he got through weird circumstances, through unique circumstances. That's just the thing that he got. That was the little morsel that was given to him on his plate. And now he just has to, he utilizes it. He repurposes it. He gets as much as he can out of it. And that's just the thing that he has to, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. It just makes me wonder though of like, would it
it's like George Lazenby, who ended up like the rest of his career basically was defined by him just going and like playing James Bond in other random non-James Bond things.
And Jor-El.
That's all he had.
He played Superman's dad.
Yeah.
But it just makes me wonder though of like, is it possible to have a really big second act if he were to just ditch the whole thing again? You know what I mean? Like maybe not try and do the pedophile John Waters thing, but to do like, you know, I don't know, another just hard left turn. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think especially now, I was gonna actually bring that up. That like, man, if only Andrew W.K. had like started this like 10 years later, like if he started in 2010 instead of 2000, like his shit could have been way crazier. He could have taken it so much further with social media and just the connectedness of everybody that just didn't exist in the year 2000. He could have world built and gotten so much more depth out of what he was trying to do. Are you familiar with Poppy? It uncannily reminds me of Poppy. Like, I don't like the Poppy stuff as much as I like the Andrew W.K. stuff. Like now that I've delved into it, like the Poppy stuff is very like kind of on the nose a little bit to me, of like they leave nothing to the imagination. Like they just openly, the whole meta narrative of it is just openly like, she is a robot who was created by the Illuminati. That's true. That happens. Like I love the ambiguity of Andrew W.K.'s.
But you know the story behind this, right? The story behind the story of
it's like the Mars Argo and how she was dating Titanic Sinclair, and then they broke up, and he just basically stole the persona and and just gave it to his new girlfriend. And like now since then, like they've broken up, and he's been completely shut out of the entire business. And like also he's been accused of like emotional abuse, and he kind of went off and just like basically like went to rehab, and now he's just like living his life. Like he recently came back out on social media of just like having gone through some intense program to treat his addictions and things like that. And Poppy has like owned her thing and taken it off into its own direction and all. Yeah. It's
weird death metal records now.
Yeah. Like,
which are not good.
Yeah. They're real bad. But yeah, it reminds me of it's like, she is like Andrew W.K. 2.0.
Yeah.
But because of the fact that her whole thing was born in the age of social media, it has much more depth to it. There's more roots, which is crazy to say because the Andrew WK thing has a ton of roots. Like I said before, like this episode could have been 6 hours, and it's 5 hours. Like we've been recording for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Like it kind of already is. It could have been 10 hours maybe. There's so much material about the Andrew WK stuff, but there's so much more for Poppy because of the fact that she can have the YouTube channel, and she can have a website where like a weird cult is started where you can buy things in like Poppy bucks or whatever. And you can have the Instagram page, and like we worked with Poppy at Super Deluxe and we did a weird live stream with her. So you have like the live stream, like there's just so many more outlets for developing this like performance art, like narrative with the tools that we have now, that I can just only imagine if he had started like 10 years later.
Yeah, that is something I was thinking about this whole time as well, is that like if this had happened a decade later, I don't even know if it would have been more or less successful, but it definitely would have gotten more internet attention than it has. Because I think that's really the reason why he seems so uncomfortable all the time, is because it's almost kind of like he's in kayfabe, he's Macho Man Blastoise, he's invincible, he's doing his character voice, he's not vulnerable. Most people don't know him enough to know that he's in a character. So then when someone brings up all of this past stuff, then it kind of like punctures the kayfabe a little bit and the gas starts leaking out of the balloon. And he's like, yeah, there was some stuff. This is kind of a persona, but it's cool. It's cool. Don't worry about it. I was just playing into it, but this is who I really am. You know, Macho Man Randy Savage, this is who I really am, or whatever. And then the more vulnerable you ask him to be, the more he's kind of like, I don't know how to skirt this, because how much do you know about me, the person, Andrew Wilkes Cryer, and how much are you just like, you've read on the internet that there's a conspiracy theory? You know what I mean? Like, where does that begin and end? And I think that's the thing, is because it's more the performer doesn't know what audience he's playing to. Is it a theater? Is it a camera? Is it a crowded house stand-up event? Like, what am I performing to, so I can calibrate my performance?
And it's probably not fun to go on the Jay Leno show where there's no context for anything that you're doing. Like, that audience's experience will begin and end in that moment, in that room. So by definition, you're performing for nobody, because they didn't see any of your previous context coming to that point, and they're not going to see anything after that. So whatever you do in that moment, it would almost feel kind of like meaningless and not advancing your story at all. Like it's not a chess move. It's just like, and you know, I guess that's why, you know, in those early interviews, like, whenever he would go in and be interviewed by Jay Leno and Conan O'Brien or whatever, like, he would just do weird, random, zany things, because, you know, what could you push in that moment? Yeah.
And I think some of that's also, it's before they really figured out what the character was, you know, like I think the zany, you know, non sequitur stuff, I think that was his attempt to be authentic in that system, right? Of like, whatever combination of he was just a rich guy, or he had these mechanisms behind him, or Dave Grohl is secretly puppeteering him, whatever the geometry is of that, he's a fucking 20-year-old kid who just wants to be goofy and say dumb shit. And like, he can play the part for certain periods of time, but then he's just kind of like, I don't really want to fucking do this anymore. And then he just freaks out and punches himself in the face. And because we're just, you know, in the dawn of the internet culture, and that type of humor is rewarded. Like in the interview with him on New Zealand TV where he breaks his hand, the reporter is in on the bit. She's a mark. She's a plant. Like, she is pretending to be scared of him, and she's pretending to be like, oh, he's so beautiful, but he's like an animal. He's like a caged beast. It's like, yeah, I can tell you are part of the show. Like, none of this is real. And like, in the end of the interview, she's like shaking in fear, like, sort of as a joke, but I think she was initially trying to play it serious, that Andrew W.K is so scary. I'm so scared. And then he like comes and sit behind her, and he's like looking at his thumb, and he's like, I think I broke a thumb. And then she drops the act of being scared, and she's like, oh my God, are you okay? Really? You broke a thumb? Like, you know, it's that people hadn't quite figured out, because we didn't have online personas to curate in the same way that we do now in 1999. People weren't always in kayfabe mode. You know what I mean? Like, how many fucking influencers do you know now that you'd have to shoot them in the fucking leg to get them to break their, oh no, I just care about being positive and making social change, and just, you know, like my fucking back pussy selfies. You know what I mean? Like,
that's why I love to talk to the guy I know who directed that episode, because I'd love to talk to anybody and see if there's a moment backstage where he just is a guy and like acknowledges the fact that he's a character and he's about to go out there and like play this character, or if he was at that period in time, if he was just in whatever character he was in.
Yeah,
all the time.
I think that's the wrong. That time period though is the time period where he's art school Andrew W.K.
Well, yeah, he was. But what I mean is like, not necessarily that he was in like some specific character. That was the most like, I'm a normal person he probably ever was. But whether or not if you caught him in the green room of a studio and you were just talking to him as a crew member, would he have acknowledged the fact that like he Andrew WK is like a character?
I don't think he would because I I don't think he would, especially at that time, because that delineation is too slight. Like, I don't think that there's a bigger difference between Macho Man Blastoise and either I Get Wet period or Art School period or John Waters pedophile period than the other three to themselves. You know what I mean? Like, the jump between I Get Wet and Art School is not that much. Like, you could totally buy that the guy who is, you know, stomping around that empty house in She Is Beautiful, just his offstage persona is kind of this Art School, more, you know, cerebral guy. Okay, I could buy that. But the jump between any of those three guys and I deadlift a fucking car is pretty significant.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a wholly different person. It's insane.
Yeah. And part of me wonders too if that comes from the depression of his fear of being a has-been. You know what I mean? Like, so he has this solid decade from 2002 to 2010 or so of being around doing stuff, and then all of the legal stuff happens. He's not allowed to put out records. He may not have had access to his own persona or name or any of those things. So, like, do you start over again? Do you make a new band? That's a lot of work. And then if you fail, it's like a double egg on your face. And so he gets really depressed. And then does he start working out? And then he just gets fucking shredded. And then he's like, all right, well, now the new Andrew W.K., now that I have the rights back, is going to be this. It's everything that I'm not during my lowest point, right? You know, we've kind of said it already, but, you know, I'm insecure. I don't like my body. I feel like I want to die all the time. So Andrew W.K. is now going to be all positivity all the time. He's going to be fucking shredded, and he's going to be just the epitome of a good time. Like, let's fucking do this. I mean, that seems like a pretty clear line to me. The issue being, for me as an artist, like, what does that say? Like, what are you saying other than I'm making the antithesis of what I was at my weakest? You don't have anything else to say other than, like, be strong.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very, I mean, it just seems like he's not, his heart isn't in it necessarily.
Yeah.
Like, he's resting on his laurels. He's obviously very good at, like, improving bullshit. And now that's just becomes what he does.
Yeah.
He just walks around improving motivational bullshit.
Which is funny because he's also not that good at it. You know what I mean? Like, when Henry Rollins says motivational bullshit, like, that shit moves me to tears.
Well, what I mean is he's good at bullshitting it. He's good at just saying things that sound like they're things.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
I had this thought. I was kind of texting you about it the other day, but I was thinking about the fact that the late 90s, early 2000s was this very strange period where, like, I feel like people just, like, really hard rejected the, like, aloof nihilism of the early 90s.
The Gen X.
And
slackerdom.
Yeah, and pop culture became very kind of, like, surface level and very, like, hyper focused on, for, you know, lack of a better term, just like the carnal elements of human experience. And, you know, so you go back and you look at a lot of movies and listen to a lot of the pop music from that era, from that time, and it's all just, like, very face value, surface level, physical exploitation. It's just like, here's a movie with just really beautiful people just doing things, and, you know, here's, like, this
global culture was the CW.
Yes, exactly. And it's crazy. Like our pop cultural evolution just, like, flatlined for, like, 6 years. We made no advancements, and then everything started to pick up again all of a sudden. You know, Andrew W.K. came out around this time, and I feel like, and also, like, this was kind of like the beginnings of, like, I mean, reality TV really kind of came into mainstream existence during the writer's strike, but back in the early 90s or the late 90s, early 2000s was, you know, it was starting to come into existence and become a thing. And there was, you know, The Real World, and I feel like maybe Survivor is as old as that. I forget exactly, but it was the beginnings of what reality television was starting to come into existence. And in a lot of ways, I feel like one of the things that Andrew W.K. did kind of say with what he was doing was kind of talking about the fact that like authenticity doesn't really exist in a commodified society, that at the end of the day, everything ends up becoming a product, and really kind of like destroyed the idea of ever truly knowing if somebody is authentic or not. Because that was his whole thing, is like he would say one thing and then contradict himself. He would give an interview and say this thing, and then he would have a response interview where he basically said the exact opposite. He would mix and match the things he was saying, so that like in one interview he would say these 3 things, and then in another interview he would say 2 of those things, but then a third different thing, and then in another interview still he would say one of those things from the other 2 interviews, but then 2 other different things that all contradicted them, to the point where at the end of the day, the overall effect of it is that it's like a dreamlike experience where you just, by definition, you can never know what the truth is because you have an unreliable narrator, essentially. And I feel like that's really where we've come to. Like that's the the evolution of pop culture and culture in general has come to this, we've talked about this in the past before, of just this like sort of post-truth, like facts aren't real. And, you have to take things at face value in the moment that you're experiencing them, and then immediately throw that out and accept a new reality every time you experience something new. And that's something that really sticks out to me, is like something that Andrew W.K. was really explored that, even if it wasn't on purpose. Yeah. And
the thing that I would say to that, as not even necessarily a counterpoint, but just kind of as like I wish that more of that was in the music as opposed to the other stuff. Like if he had been able to make a third record that was in some way about the whole Steve Mike thing, I think the conversation we would be having would be very different. You know what I mean? Like if his unreleased third record was actually tied in with all of this conspiracy theory stuff, or was made to try and dispel the conspiracy theory stuff while he was also doing the conspiracy theory stuff at the same time, or was about some of what you're talking about how truth is malleable, or about how authenticity is dead, or any of these things was in the actual work itself, I would be way more into it. The problem is that a lot of the work is just kind of, it doesn't get quite deep enough. It's like, there's a surface level, and then there's whatever the thing right below the surface is, which is cool. But if there was a third level to it, I would be way more into it. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll talk about what we thought about the music, but yeah, I think I would generally agree with you of like, I think I enjoy the music separately, in just kind of like, I just think that I Get Wet is like actually a good, fun rock album. But yeah, I'm a lot less interested in any of like the conceptual value of the music, and it doesn't feel like there's a lot there. But I did want to quickly say that I was just thinking about this, and I just thought about, in the way that Andrew W.K. kind of like addressed that. We've moved more and more into a place in culture and society that has validated that idea. And just thinking about the fact that like it feels like almost as like a bookend to that, of this several decade exploration of the death of authenticity. I feel like the feather in that cap, or like the nail in that coffin, is Louis C.K. because stand-up comedy in a sea of pop cultural mediums that have been like largely accepted or largely believed to be inauthentic. Everybody's like, pop stars, they're fake, and they say whatever their publicist tells them, and they release these crafted apology letters anytime they ever do anything problematic, and it's all just fake and manufactured. And movie stars are fake in the same way, and like an increasingly cynical collective conscious about the authenticity of art. Stand-up comedy was kind of like the last bastion of authenticity. Starting back from the stand-up comedy of the 60s and 70s that was kind of all about pushing back against the oppressive conservative values of that time, led into the brick wall 80s stand-up comedy boom that was like kind of just became more of a like journeyman, like, I am a comedian, my job is to make you laugh with jokes that I've crafted. It was kind of like almost like a blue collar job. It was like a blacksmith, which led into the 90s alt comedy, which is all about like basically talking about how fucked up society was, which led into sort of the modern contemporary stand-up, which has become this like confessional, authentic stand-up. It's all about like, I am standing on stage, laying my life out for you, laying the truth of my being for you, and deconstructing it and utilizing it to point out all of these sort of universal relatable truths about the human condition. And like Louis C.K. was kind of like the grandfather of that. Like he created that like he was kind of like at the forefront of the like more contemporary confessional stand-up movement. And for the person who created that movement, arguably, or at least was the figurehead of it, to in the most public and most absolute way possible be proven that never once in a single second he was standing on stage was he the person he was presenting himself to be, like it just destroyed it. Like I feel like it's just dead now. Like what outlet still exists for true universally accepted authenticity?
Comics, baby.
Nobody gives a fuck about that.
Yeah, I know. Don't I know?
I wanted to hear more about what you. Well, I guess you already did. You kind of said what you thought about the music.
I mean, I think there's certain periods of it that are really cool, but the later stuff just feels like the deepest irony is that the early stuff was made by committee, probably, maybe, but feels more genuine than the later stuff, which is probably, maybe, just made by him.
Yeah, I mean, it really makes you. Yeah, I don't know, because yeah, the newer stuff is like this either means that like the earlier stuff was crafted by a team of songwriters and that's why it's much better, or maybe Andrew W.K. just had a couple of strong albums worth of material in him and he just sort of has lost his edge. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I think there's positives and negatives to a lot of this stuff, but I think that the earlier work, at the very least, it has an ambition in its scope that I think the later work doesn't necessarily have. I mean, I love the idea of a rock musician saying, fuck you, I'm going to release an instrumental improvised piano album. But do I ever actually want to listen to that?
Yeah, you would listen to it once as just an experience and never again.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, but you know what I've been humming all day? Like all day. Because that song, it's infectious and it gets in your fucking brain.
We do what we like and we like what we do.
Yeah. This has been Deep Cuts. I'm Dave Baker.
And I'm Andrew Price.
Please sub the show. You can find me online at heydavebaker.com, where you can buy books like Action Hospital and Fuck Off Squad, but also maybe don't buy them right now because I don't want to go to the post office because it's a fucking pandemic.
And you can find me in the emptied out husk of amoeba music with my hair slicked back, just clawing at the ground. Pedophile Andrew W.K. was actually you the whole time? Yes, clawing at the ground, just hoping that somewhere buried in the rubble are some David Lynch short film collection DVDs. And you can also find me at dapricerights.com, where you can buy books like Deadbolt, AI Private Eye, and Deadbolt, AI Private Eye, and Deadbolt, AI Private Eye. Deep Cuts is a production by Boy Genius Media. If you'd like to find this show and others like it, please visit boygeniusmedia.com or deepcutspod.com.
If you want to join in on post-episode discussions, please join the Deep Cuts Podcast Facebook group. Finally, subscribe to our YouTube channel for additional video content.
You think that one went okay?
I mean, we just talked about Andrew W.K. for 4 fucking hours. Is there even a barometer for that kind of thing?
Yeah, I don't know. Yo, are you hungry? I was thinking of ordering a Mega Medallion pizza and some double diabetes bladder sploders.
Half sardine, half tofurkey jerky as always?
Yup.
Wait, what's that?
A package, I think.
To who?
To us.
To us? What does that mean, to us?
It's addressed to the Mystery Treehouse Investigation Agency.
The fuck? Has that been here this whole time?
I don't know. I thought you brought it in.
Open it.
What the hell?
What is it?
It's a book.
Oh, is that the new unauthorized biography I ordered of Matthew Nolan, Christopher Nolan's secret brother he never talks about because he was a hitman, because he's a secret?
Look. Mystery Treehouse number 4. It's a book about us.
Bro, I love that oil painting on the cover. That's awesome.
The Case of the Phantom's Cutlass by Charles Wexler Weller? Who the hell is that? Yeah, it's just an entire book about us on some kind of supernatural mystery adventure.
Let me see that. Wait, how do they know about my night shits?
You said that was Hillsmer!
What is this? Where did this come from? This is some uncanny shit, bro.
I have no idea. It was just on the table.
I am majorly creeped out right now.
Yo, Andrew and Dave. The hell are you guys doing in here?
We've told you before, like 20 times, Hillsmer. We do a podcast. It's called Deep Cuts, where we pick an obscure topic
And walk you through the ins, the outs, and the nitty gritty.
so you can appear like an interesting and idiosyncratic person at your next forced social function.
Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting on account of the fact that my brain can't remember dumb shit. Anyway, there's a package for you on the doorstep.
What the fuck? It's the same handwriting. Addressed to the Mystery Treehouse Investigation Agency.
What's inside this one?
Mystery Treehouse number 1.
The Case of the Books of Destiny? Yeah, it's just exactly what's happening right now.
Bullshit.
It says you'd say that.
It does? What the fuck?
You guys stop that. It's creeping me the fuck out.
I'm a sailor boy, you can hear me say ahoy. I'm a ball of joy with my little sailor toys.
What the fuck?
All right, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Everything gets weird when you're around. And I'm a fucking space demon.
I'm so freaked out, man. What does this even mean? Who the hell is Charles Wexler Weller? And just what the fuck?
Dude, I found another one under the table. It must have fallen down.
Oh god. Open it. Open it.
Mystery Treehouse number 18. Holy shit.
What does it say? What does it say? The death of Andrew?